amidst all the stressors. Nice, nice. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. Yeah. Okay, welcome back. Glad to have you with us this morning. Hope you got a little rest last night. But if you did not, we have tons of hot coffee, iced coffee, sodas, water, probably more. We will take care of you this week. Help yourself to snacks, drinks, whatever you need to keep it going. Glad you're here.
And take a look at these good-looking CRU Finance Stanleys.
Ooh, look at that swag. But Valerie, I don't think they're Stanleys.
But what do you call a Stanley when it's not a Stanley?
A cup? A tumbler?
All right, we'll go with tumblers. They hold a good amount of water. Stay prepared, stay hydrated, very important. Might have some longer lines at the bathroom as a result.
Well, good news. Your break's even earlier this morning. It'll be at 10:15, so don't get desperate, but stay hydrated and awake.
What can we expect on the break?
What can we expect on the break?
Something in our inbox.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I got notes. Speaking of swag, we've had some questions. I won't say many, but plenty of you have asked about your hoodie sizes and if you could switch them out. We realized that some people might have not tried them on until they took them home last night. So we're going to do a Google form that you can tell us what size you got and what size you want. So we can maybe do a little swapperoo, because that's like my passion in life, logistics. So we want you to have what you want, and we want to share the love.
Yes, and if you thought, hey, they're out of the size I want, that's why we're sending you the form, because we might be able to quick order some and get them to you. So we really do want to know what you need. Yesterday was all about heart. Today is going to be about preparation. So we have some industry leaders that are going to be joining us from the Hackett Group and from Wells Fargo. We will share what the Hackett Group is if you're not familiar when the time comes. We also have some practical workshops that you'll get to choose from. And you'll hear again on the couches up front from different U.S. finance leaders about how they're thinking about being prepared. But first, we're going to start back in Nehemiah. So if you would welcome up Kent Turr.
Check. Hey, I'm back on the mic. Well, good morning. Oh, it's good to be back with you. Hopefully you're waking up. So as we get started, I'll say, as we do this devotion today, yesterday I was excited about, this is the one I geek out over. So if you think about what Kent's doing when he's reading Nehemiah, this talk is where I'm spending time on the weekend having fun. I'll actually show you a visual illustration of something I made that was I actually figured out an error in last night, so we'll have to fix it some other time. But all right, well, let me open us in prayer, and then we're going to spend some time in God's Word. So let's pray together. Father, thank you for another morning. As we start our day, we're spending time with you in this discussion with each other about our relationship with you, about who you are, to right focus our thoughts as we're here together. And God, we want to start our day with you. We're praying, as we did yesterday, as it relates to our hearts, that we would live moment by moment with you, and that we'd end our days with you. And God, that you would really guide and direct our thoughts and our lives, and we would be able to trust you. So Lord, as we look at Nehemiah this morning, would you open our eyes to what you want us to see? Would you speak through me? Nobody needs to hear from me this morning. They need to hear from you. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, so I'm gonna start. I'm gonna do the classic thing where I give you a cliffhanger of a story in my life, and then close it at the end. And so, we talked yesterday about God-given desires, and God will answer the desires of your heart. And the kind of prerequisite is that you are, if you're in love with him, if you're walking with him, as your heart's right with him, then he will give you desires. And then as a result of that, he will actually act on the desires that he's given you. And so that's kind of the thought process of how the order of how it works. So when I became a believer in college, I became a Christian my sophomore year of college. Prior to that, I would have said I was an atheist. I could tell you all the stories of things I'm not proud of that I did. Not that there aren't some things I'm not proud of after I became a believer, but before, there are a whole long list of things that I did that I wasn't excited about. And while I was doing a lot of those things in high school, I did them with my friend Mark on the screen. And I became a Christian, and I went home, and God had laid it on my heart that I need to share Christ with all my friends and my family. And so that's exactly what I did. I took my friend Mark to lunch at Golden Corral, because that's where guys in their early 20s go to get an excessive amount of food. And I remember sitting across the table from my friend Mark, and I'm telling him about Jesus, and he looks at me, and he has a response I was completely not expecting, and he says, "No, not you." And I'm like, okay. He said, "Not you." He's like, "I've been hearing this stuff from my parents my whole life, and I never thought you would be in here preaching to me about Jesus." And he basically, the conversation kind of ended semi-abruptly, and then I didn't see him for 30 years. So this is a picture from the time of my reunion. And I'll let you, does anybody have a guess where the first one was at Golden Corral? I kind of already gave it away. What restaurant is this one at? Cracker Barrel. Yeah, everybody recognizes the side of a Cracker Barrel. So I'll pick that story back up a little bit later, and you can keep it in your mind because there's relevance to why I'm sharing it today. So I want to start off, before I jump into the book of Nehemiah, setting a stage or a picture that really relates to me about who God is. And it's from John chapter 18. You don't need to turn there. We'll just listen. But in John chapter 18, it captures the arrest of Jesus. And most of us, we're all probably familiar with the story. Judas comes and he betrays Jesus with a kiss. Peter kind of has this bravado moment and pulls out his knife and slices off some dude's ear. And then, Jesus picks up the ear and puts it back on his head and goes with the people, right? And there's a version of this in John 18, I think, maybe the lesser told story here that really hits me in the story is this. So starting in 18 verse 1, when he had finished praying, Jesus left with his disciples and crossed the Kidron Valley. On the other side, there was an olive grove, and he and his disciples went into it. Now Judas, who betrayed him, knew the place because Jesus had often met there with the disciples. So Judas came to the grove, guiding a detachment of soldiers and some officials from the chief priests and Pharisees. They were carrying torches, lanterns, and weapons. And so Jesus, knowing all that was going to happen to him, went out and asked them, "Who is it you want?" "Jesus of Nazareth," they replied. "I am he," Jesus said. And Judas the traitor was standing there with him. When Jesus said, "I am he," they drew back and fell down to the ground. Again he asked them, "Who is it you want?" And they said, "Jesus of Nazareth." "I told you that I am he." And Jesus answered, "If you are looking for me, then let these men go." This happened so the words he had spoken would be fulfilled. And so Jesus, in the moment of his arrest, and you're thinking about Peter's bravado, and in the other accounts, Peter chops off an ear. He doesn't bother to say that Jesus says, "I am he," and all the soldiers just kind of fall down at his voice, and so there's this picture here of even in Jesus' arrest, he is in complete and total control. He is going on his own volition. He's setting up what's going to happen to the disciples. He has a plan. And so as we look at Nehemiah this morning, there's kind of two thoughts here that I want to leave you with. And they're over here. And by the way, I take feedback. The feedback yesterday was, hey, we like this stuff on the big screen, so bear with me. It takes a lot of work to put these presentations together. I didn't want to put the already busy team through that, so I didn't apply that feedback, but I love you guys. All right. Summary of today's devotions. God prepares, we prepare. And so this is where I'm going to geek out with you. I'm a little bit of a history guy. When I went to college, I thought I could do finance and do the stockbroker route, or I could be a historian and do the history route. One sounded like a lot of money, the other one didn't. So I went into finance, right? But my passion was probably in history. And so I want to take a look as we think about the book of Nehemiah. I intentionally did not cover context yesterday. Why is Nehemiah building a wall? Why are they upset about the way of the people? And so in order to understand what's going on, we have to back up. Here's the other thing. There are a bunch of books in the Old Testament that take place in this relatively short period of time in all of Old Testament history of about 100 years. And in that span of time, a bunch of different people are at play in the historic timeline. And so you may not have seen this before. So in Geeking Out, I put this this chart together over a weekend, and we're going to go through it. No, I didn't. I downloaded that. But I did geek out enough to build this second chart, if you want to pull it up. If it'll come up, come on. There it is. All right, so here's the chart I put together on a weekend. Not quite as complex as the first, but if you want the first, it's got a little QR code, and I'll let you download it later. So here you go. Here's the history of the exile, and I'm going to break this down for you a little bit. If you could pull the next slide up. So on the left side, right at the beginning of this time period, we hear from Jeremiah and Isaiah that the Jews are going to go into captivity. They haven't been following the Lord. They're going to bring another ruler in who's going to conquer them, and they're going to leave Jerusalem. And so Nebuchadnezzar comes into the picture, and you have this period of years. And admittedly, there's a couple, in the drama of kingship, there's a couple rulers that happen here. They get in and get killed or whatever in the process. And so I didn't include them. I erased them from history. So on the left, you have Nebuchadnezzar come in, and Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar are kind of the Babylonian kings you know about. They get taken over by the Persians, and so you see Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, Artaxerxes, and you probably know some of these from VeggieTales, if any of you all even know what VeggieTales are anymore. So here's the line of kingship that includes the Jews going into exile and the Jews going out of exile. And then here in the reign of Artaxerxes, the Old Testament essentially ends. And we don't have any more history that really happens after his reign. And so here's this period of time. So this is what happens during the time period. Let's pull up the timeline. And so on the left, Judah falls and Jerusalem is destroyed, is the beginning of this. So the prophecy of Jeremiah, which is not going to be included up here, is that they're going to go into exile for 70 years. And then, post that, the city of Jerusalem will be rebuilt and all that, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But so you go left to right, Judah falls in 605 roughly. Jerusalem is destroyed in 586. The fall of Babylon in 539. The temple began to be rebuilt, is begun in 536. The temple is completed in 517. Esther's queen. Ezra goes to Jerusalem. Nehemiah builds a wall, and Nehemiah returns. And so here's the thing about what's happening in this timeline. That kind of, if you're looking at this timeline from a historical perspective, doesn't make a lot of sense. So Babylon comes in and takes over Jerusalem, and then Persia's there, and the Jews are the conquered empire, that it was one time great, and there's these scattered Jews, but for some reason, these kings are participating in a process of actually rebuilding Jerusalem and reestablishing what could be an enemy people. Why would they do that? Doesn't make any sense. But, God's got a plan, and so as a part of God's preparation, he's putting things in place to actually fulfill the things he predicts in his prophecies, right? So God doesn't have any lack of knowledge of what he's doing, although we may not see the full picture. So it blows my mind. This is what blows my mind. There's a conquered people who, before these moments, never had anyone probably there were never any Jews in the courts of either Babylonian kings or making sense that they would be in Persian kings. But as you actually look at what happens, if you can go to the next slide, God orchestrates a series of the closest advisors and people of the time frame actually being the closest people to these rulers. And so you know the story of Daniel. Daniel's born. That's where the timeline's a little weird. There's some discrepancy over whether he led 70 years or 90 years. The Bible would actually predict for you he must have lived 120 because he lived from the time before Nebuchadnezzar into the captivity and all the way through the reign of Darius, where the lion's den actually occurs. So I apologize for the inaccuracy. I told you I'd geek out over this. But there's probably a little inaccuracy in my timeline. But even here, you see Daniel in the court of multiple different kings speaking into their ear because God's got a plan. You see Zerubbabel actually named to go back. He's actually a Jewish ruler. So they're sending a Jewish ruler back to reestablish their temple. Usually you don't do that with the people you conquered. You don't go back and reestablish their ruler. On the right, you got prophets and Haggai and Zechariah. And then Esther actually becomes queen to Xerxes. And then is likely, though you'll have some debate if you chat GPT this or Google it, as to whether or not Esther was the mother of Artaxerxes. But we believe she probably was. And which means Artaxerxes becomes queen and Esther is his mother in the court. So it doesn't surprise us that then at the back end of this, Ezra is actually named by Artaxerxes to go back and reestablish the Jewish law and then appoints Nehemiah. So the point of this, as you think about who God is God says this, I have planned, so shall it be. As I have purposed, so shall it stand. And so God has a plan at the beginning of this process, and he establishes it and says, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to send you into exile for 70 years. And then you're going to come out of it, and we're going to rebuild it. And before anything takes place, he's already set in motion the people that need to be near people for things to happen. That's the level of intentionality that he has, and the ability to actually carry it out. So how does that apply to us? So as we're going to talk about this and kind of unpack the timeline, and we'll let you think about that a little bit in a minute. But here's another verse. Many are the plans in the mind of man, but is the purpose of the Lord that will stand. All right. So they're setting up a little bit. Here's the prophecy that says the 70 years. The whole country will become a desolated land, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon 70 years. So if you can pull back up the timeline for me real quick. 70 years, Judah falls in 605. The temple begins to be rebuilt in 536. That's the first time the exiles actually come back. So you see God's 70 years right there in the midst of the timeline, and then leaving the timeline up. Know and understand this, from the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the anointed one, this is the Messiah, the ruler comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens in which will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. And so what are we talking about here? We're talking about actually from the time that the city is being rebuilt, whether you say that's the temple began or you say that's the wall being built, roughly there's 470 years until the Messiah will come. Well, what's the exact date of that? Are they talking about him being born, or are we talking about his ministry and going to the cross and being established as the ruler of all? I don't know exactly, but the time frame matches up because God knows what he's doing. So big picture, as we think about the God prepares, we prepare, as we just kind of start this off, this aspect of who God is really hits me as to how prepared he is, how he knows what he's doing. God is a strategic planner of all strategic planners. here's the other thing. I've often got question, well, what would God have done if? Isn't it amazing that God never has to actually contemplate that question? There is no plan B. Why? Because plan A is going to work. All right, so for the next couple minutes around your table, we're going to go to table discussion. And we'll give you about 5 or 10 minutes just to answer these 4 questions together, thinking through this timeline and what it means to you. So have a few minutes around your table. All right. In the time that you have, I don't know if you got to the last two questions, but those are the questions I kind of ruminate on. So if you can't read them, what does God intentionally teach us about how he's working in our day? And what, if anything, does the character of God say about why we are working at CRU right now? So as we look at God's level of intentionality and preparation, his plan, his strategic plan that isn't a 3 to 5 year plan, because he can actually plan out for 3 to 5,000 years or a million years, because he's in complete control, right? He knows exactly what he's doing. We've established that. So in this moment in your life, in this time, in the circumstances that you're around, he is not unfamiliar, and he's got a plan. So as you think about why you are in this room right now, it's not a surprise to him. He's not trying to figure it out. He knows exactly why you're here. And so, at least for me, as I think about the starting place of this, he's putting you where you are right now for his purposes, and he has good works planned to do through you, gives you some comfort. Yeah, sure, we're in the process of figuring out what our next step is. I'm about to get to that. But God knows exactly what he's doing. So God prepares and his plans never fail. Now I made the mistake of taking my page out. Here we go. I got back to it real quick. All right, so we're going to read Nehemiah 2 real quick, and we're going to quote a few things. So yesterday we left with God put some desires on Nehemiah's heart, because God had a heart that God uses. He had prepared. There'd be a time of preparation in Nehemiah's life orchestrated by the Lord. And so we're trying to figure out, what's Nehemiah's purpose in this plan? He's praying at the beginning. His heart's broken. He goes to the Lord. He's praying about the exiles coming back. And then he says, I'm going to go speak to this man. Doesn't name him until the very beginning of chapter 2. But here's your quote from yesterday. I intentionally left this verse out. Nehemiah does not say anything about himself until he says, I was cupbearer to the king. Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man. I was cupbearer to the king. Well, if you don't know, which by now, you've probably heard this at some point in a podcast or radio, depending on how old you are, cassette tape. A cupbearer was actually a significant position, but like the table in Acts 6:7, which if you've been around us long enough, you've heard of it, the ministry of the table, what did that actually mean? And everybody thinks, that means, they're serving tables. They're like waiters. No, it's not what the ministry of the table is in Acts 6:7. Nor is a cupbearer a guy that just fills a glass and hands it to somebody here. Cupbearers in historical times did things like become the generals of armies or being the governors of territories. And they were the closest of advisors to the people they advised. And so we see this connection to God's preparation that comes in when Nehemiah just happens to be the cupbearer to the king. It's about as close as you get. And so let me read chapter 2 and see what happens as Nehemiah's prayer request unfolds. So here you go. In the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought for him, I took the wine and gave it to the king. I had not been sad in his presence before, so the king asked me, why does your face look so sad when you are not ill? This can be nothing but sadness of heart. I was very much afraid, but I said to my king, may the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad when the city where my fathers are buried lies in ruins and its gates have been destroyed by fire? The king said to me, what is it you want? Then I prayed to the God of heaven, and I answered the king, if it pleases the king, and if your servant has found favor in his sight, let him send me to the city in Judah where my fathers are buried, so that I can rebuild it. Then the king, with the queen sitting beside him, asked me, how long will your journey take, and when will you get back? It pleased the king to send me, so I set a time. I also said to him, If it pleases the king, may I have letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates so that they will provide me safe conduct until I arrive in Judah? And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the king's forest, so he will give me timber to make beams for the gates and a citadel by the temple of the city wall, and the residence I will occupy. And because the gracious hand of my God was upon me, the king granted my request. So we're going to take a few minutes and go back to your table discussion for round 2 and answer a few questions on this passage amongst your group. So take a few minutes. I've already read chapter 2, by the way, so move on to question 2. I hear the quiet in the room, so maybe we're dying down in conversation a little bit. So as you look at this, what do you think he waited to tell his plan? So at the bottom here, you see you see Nehemiah in action, right? And you've discussed it around your table, and I'd love to have time to go around with a mic. I would love to do this deep over for like 3 hours, but I don't have that much time. So, a couple things that hit me about chapter 2 is Nehemiah was praying in chapter 1. He had something laid on his heart, and what did he do next? He went right into preparation mode. Bible tells us that he prayed and fasted for 3 months. I don't know. I doubt he was an expert wall builder. Maybe he had some previous experience, but it appears as if he made a list of what he thought he needed before he went and talked to the king. He waited for the right time. In fact, the timing of when he asks is really interesting because he goes in to see the king when the king is with his wife. Now, what's the significance of that? In the time period, the wife was usually not there when they were doing business. She was there when they were at meals or private times. And so the fact that she's in the room means this is kind of more of an intimate moment. And you notice he already is counting the weight of what he's about to say, because the second the king says, "You look sad," he says, "May the king live forever." Why? Because he's the cupbearer. If he looks sad and he's giving the guy his cup, the king's probably thinking, "What's in my cup?" Right? And so he has to kind of talk him down from what's going on. But the king trusts him. So the king goes right into business mode and asks a really direct question because he knows the intentionality of this moment as much as Nehemiah does. And he says, "What do you want?" And then, man, I don't know if it cracked the king up, but it cracks me up. Nehemiah has his list. And he's like, and he asked boldly for his list right away. And so you see that like Nehemiah is preparing as a result of what God put on his heart. And so now in this case, the king actually gives him more than an ask and gives him a military escort. What we're not able to get into in chapter 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 is this pattern in Nehemiah's life is over and over again. His faith leads him to prepare. He's coming up with plans. So chapter 2, at the end of chapter 2, he shows up in Jerusalem. He takes 3 days. He does a tour of the wall at night before he ever talks to anybody about what he's doing. However, if you think about what's happening there, he's arriving in the town and with this military escort appointed by the king. They got to be thinking, why is this guy here? But he's kind of feeling out the lay of the land and getting a sense. He doesn't rush. He waits for the right moments. If you look at chapter 3, it's a list of people building on the wall. And as you get into it, people are assigned for a purpose. You could spend hours just trying to figure out the purposes of everybody in that chapter. And so you see the priests are building the sheep gate. You may guess what a sheep gate does. It has something to do with the sacrifices. It makes sense that they're there. Elsewhere, people are actually building next to their homes. Well, why? The wall is going to be secure next to my house. I'll tell you what. I'm going to spend a little bit extra time paving it. And so there's plans that go on and on throughout all of the book of Nehemiah. And so I don't know if you've ever heard, strategic plans are a lack of faith. Maybe you've heard that. I've actually heard that said for verbatim or very close to it, but that is certainly not what Scripture teaches. You have over and over again leaders who hear what God's doing and go into action by preparation. So now faith is the confidence in what we hope for and assurance of what we do not see. This is what the ancients were commended for. So you look at the book of Hebrews, and it's a list of people basically whose actions demonstrated their faith. I believe that people who have faith prepare. Why? Because they're expecting something. They're expecting something to happen. Here's another verse. And without faith, it is impossible to please God because anyone who comes to him must believe that he exists and that he rewards those who earnestly seek him. Which brings me to Nehemiah, who's constantly asking God to remember what he's done, because all throughout it, his faith is that God's going to move, even though he doesn't know what's going to happen next. He's not sure that the wall is going to work. He just knows that God has led him to do it. So as we think about and we move forward together, God prepares, we prepare. You know, our role is to go with, when he gives us a desire of our heart, our role is to act in faith on that desire and to work, to put plans together, to prepare, to learn. And so as we think about what today is, and we think about what we're going to be doing it together as Finance Together, we're going to be talking about preparation. But we'll talk later a little bit. We don't always know what God's going to do with our preparation. You know, definition of successful evangelism, what I heard when I was a kid is to share Christ, or when I was younger is to share Christ in the power of the Holy Spirit and what? Leave the results to God. And so lastly, I'll kind of, with my time running out, and we'll do this later if you want a podcast or something. Nate Klein will join me and he'll answer my questions. Little last thing, I want to kind of close with this picture. So 30 years later, I told you the story of my friend. Back then, I believed that God put it on my heart to share my faith with everyone around me. And I did that. And in many instances, in a couple instances, most of my family members came to Christ pretty much in a short period. Didn't feel like a short period of time at the time, but it was like 3 to 5 years. I had multiple people in my family come to know Jesus. But my friend Mark, I thought Mark was a lost cause. So about 2 summers ago, Mark turned 50. I told you he's my high school buddy, but that says nothing about my age. So Mark turned 50, and years ago, his wife looked me up on Facebook, who I've never met because I haven't seen Mark in 30 years. His wife reached out and said, you know, Kent, Mark's having a birthday party. It would mean a lot to him if you were here. I wouldn't have been surprised if my name had never been mentioned in Mark's house. And so, unfortunately, I read that because I'm a social media guy. I read that message a month after the party took place. So I was not able to go. But I was headed up that way this past fall, and I thought, well, maybe I'll try again. So I reached out and I said, to his wife, and I said, you know, is Mark around? I'm coming. I'd love to see him. God had kind of put him on my heart, and I thought I'll act on that. So to my surprise, once again, he says, you know what? Mark would love to see you, and gave me his cell phone number, and I texted Mark, and Mark reached out, and he said, man, this is so awesome. I've been waiting for you to reach out to me for 30 years. And I'm like, well, your wife had my message. You could have actually acted on this yourself. So, you know, I show up at Cracker Barrel. We schedule time and a meeting for breakfast, and he sits down with this big old smile on his face, and he said, you know, I've been wanting to see you for a very long time. He said, you know what, that day we had dinner at the Golden Corral. You know, you shared with me what happened in your life. And I left that thing and thought, you know, growing up, Kent was one of the smartest people I know. If he believes this, maybe it's true. And he read several books, and he gave his life to Christ, and I never knew about it until this fall. So there's something, that's 30 years, right? As we act today, we don't necessarily know what God's doing with our work. In this case, it turned out to be pretty good. I'll tell you, the same story could be said of my younger brother, who I'm praying for to this day. Shared Christ with him when I was in college. Now he hasn't ostracized me for the last 30 years. But I have not seen any fruit, but that doesn't prevent me from continuing to trust God with his life. So as we think about today and we do God's work together, let's remember that God has a plan. He's perfectly carrying it out. He's got a plan for us in it, and we're here for a reason. So our job then is to prepare for what he's going to do through us next. So let me pray. Lord, thank you for this time this morning. God, I just ask that you would remind us in every moment that you are in control. And God, that doesn't mean the hard things aren't going to happen. We're in a fallen world. This place is messed up. You're going to come and fix it. That's not happening yet. But God, we do pray that we would trust you and follow you in what's next, because we're believing what you're putting on our hearts to do. We love you. Pray that you'd bless this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Kent. Really appreciate that. Thanks for leading us through Nehemiah 2 and sharing some of your heart and your story. Yesterday, we were anchoring ourselves in the mission and calling. We were looking at how to connect our heart to what God's heart is all about. Today, we're looking ahead. We're exploring the future of finance and ways we can adapt, innovate, and prepare in a rapidly changing world. The reality is the landscape of finance is shifting faster than ever. Emerging technologies like AI and fintech aspects are reshaping everything about how we operate. The challenges, opportunities ahead are going to require us to be proactive and strategic and resilient. So that's why this next session is so critical. It's going to give us a big picture of the view of trends, challenges, innovations, things that are shaping the finance world in 2025 and beyond.
That's right, just like Nehemiah 2 says, be prepared. I'm honored to get to have our guest speaker from the Hackett Group join us, Matthew Gare. He's going to cover topics like Wendy alluded to of finance transformation, AI adoption, and the future of financial leadership. So what is the Hackett Group? The Hackett Group is a consulting firm that helps organizations, including CRU, with things like efficiency and effectiveness. So this stretches from evaluation and benchmarking all the way to implementation, helping folks. I wrote tolls. I don't think they help with tolls. I think they help with tools and best practices. I just learned Matthew grew up in Orlando. He has 20 years of industry and consulting experience. And then in my sneak peek from his bio, a few phrases stood out to me, including targeting improvements, achieving business goals, finance strategy and transformation, roadmaps for large, complex organizations like CRU, change adoption. So in this session, Matthew will walk us through key findings in the landscape of finance. Our aim is to stay ahead of the curve and look at how we might leverage some insights to strengthen and advance our mission. So would you join me in welcoming Matthew Gare?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Thank you, first of all, to Ken and the management team for the invitation to join you this morning. I actually live up in Port Orange, so it's a relatively easy commute, except for the tolls we were just talking about. And the Hackett Group, as we were talking about, if we could go to maybe the overview Hackett slide really quickly. I won't talk about myself, but I'll talk about the organization that I work with and work for, and that CRU has had a relationship with since the last decade. We are an intellectual capital-based consultancy service. I have a background in finance. I grew up here in Orlando. I used to be a finance guy up at Lockheed Martin ages ago. So I understand I've sat in that chair also before I started doing this type of work. And what drew me to Hackett was the data itself. And we're going to talk a lot about data today, but we go through with organizations like yourself, cross industries, cross platforms, cross regions of the world, and collect and accumulate data and work with clients to improve both from an efficiency and an effectiveness perspective. So there's a lot of metrics up there you'll see, 57,700 performance metrics. We have worked with by far the majority of the Fortune 500, 97% of the Dow Jones, ... What we really are trying to do is move you from at a point of operational excellence and improve that on two spectrums, and that's both being efficient and effective. So that's the perspective we come from, but everything we do really is back to utilizing data and understanding what the data means and how to apply it to your organization, right? How are you going to improve the ministry by understanding the finance organization and how efficient and effective you are? So if we could go to the next slide really quickly. We're going to talk about a couple of things here. And every year we do research and publish and work with a lot of different organizations and collect the data again about where is finance, what is happening in finance, what are your constraints, what are your objectives, what are you going to do about it, right? And then I'm going to talk a little bit about AI, artificial intelligence. You can't go any day without hearing about AI. We're not going to dig into it because what we're finding right now is there is a huge push from a budgetary perspective. This is the year people are trying to figure out what does it mean for them. And we'll talk a little bit about some examples we have and where we really are seeing that investment in this space. All right, so I'm going to start off with, on the next slide, this is very interesting because this has not changed over the last several years. And I'll say post-COVID, this has been very consistent, is the concept of doing more with less. And when I say that, it comes down to a budgetary perspective. What we're finding in very consistently the last couple of years is even with the shift in digital, people are looking to save money, but your workload is actually increasing. So again, how do you do that, maintain I'll say a 40-hour work week, and be more effective in your performance? So you'll see what we have here is that gap between that 4.9% productivity gap, but you're going to be doing it with a lower operating budget. So cost savings is always out there, right? But we're seeing this very consistently across all demographic of organizations that we work with. And so you have to understand where are you going to invest your people, your time, and your money to optimize this. So this slide I'm going to anchor on for the top 10 challenges because I think this is something that will resonate with everybody in the room here. First of all, budget constraint. We just saw that on the prior slide. That is the concept of doing more with less, and that happens in every organization that we work with. And we work with thousands of organizations on an annual basis, right? So when you're looking at that, again, sometimes finance is blamed for that, but it's not finances to be blamed. Finance has to deal with it the same as every other piece of the organization, right? You just happen to be the controlling arm of where the money flows to. The second piece you'll see here is data-related issues, and you can probably relate to this one too. Over the years, as CRU has matured, data sits out there and doesn't always be synthesized very well, right? And it happens over time. Again, every organization goes through this. Master data is a big issue that we see continually rise up into that probably top tier, top 3, top 4 on an annual basis, because it just exacerbates the issue itself as you go through. So looking to avoid the duplication, because this is also a key component that causes data processing errors, right? Payment errors applied to the wrong account, using the wrong chart field, right? Those types of things that you're dealing with. So as you're looking at these two pieces, I'm sure number 1 and 2 don't surprise you at all. If you start looking at the rest of them, I will say number 9 does not apply to CRU. Our organization and the work that we've done with you and the relationship we've had, we've never seen a lack of executive sponsorship, right? It was something I was really internalizing last night as I was going through this material and going, that does not apply to you, right? I've seen that in not only the finance organization, but other parts of CRU. And I think the leadership has to be commended for that involvement and that stewardship to improve the organization. What I find interesting, though, is there's a lot of people-related issues up here, these challenges. And if there's one organization that I work with that truly is a people organization, it's CRU, right? That is your community. That is what you do, is your people. So when I look at, I thought I'd stand over here, maybe some people over here would like to see the board too. When I look at overcommitment, that's that resource commitment. On top of your day job, you probably have special projects. How are you applying that? Where do you go? Even being here, you still have your jobs. You're here today, but that work that's sitting in your inbox does not go away today because you're sitting in Orlando this morning. So how do you really, with those budget constraints, the continual workload and increase in workload that happens, and the budget constraints that you see, how do you really balance that as an individual and as a management team to address that? Process complexity, that can mean a lot of different things. Sometimes it's based on you have fragmented applications that you have to go through and touch to do things, highly manual. I've never met somebody that wants to do a manual journal entry. If you want to do a manual journal entry, I know a lot of organizations that do a lot of them, right? But, you know, that process complexity is really trying to understand what you really need to do, not what you've been doing and comfortable doing. But there's also an adoption perspective here, right? If you have some technology that you're either suboptimized using, you haven't fully implemented, it can add to that. So usually when I talk about one of these issues, from a service perspective, you're not just talking about one aspect of people or technology or process or how the organization is, you're probably touching a lot of those different levers, right? So process complexity means a lot of different things, but still it does exist and it's out there. And I think CRU, you deal with that also. Organizational resistance to change. I do a lot of work with organizations that need to, and many times do, put in place a change management program. Change means a lot to a lot of different people. It doesn't always, it's not just a communication, it's not just putting out opening up a newsletter on occasion, right? This is actively managing the organization's pulse, right? That acceptance of we're still maturing. What you're going to hear us talking about today, sorry, Tom. What you'll hear us talking about today is the journey of maturing the finance organization, but it's also the journey that is maturing CRU across all the different functions. So that resistance to change is, this is how I've always done this, right? I will be at Hackett, this Friday will be my 20th anniversary. I'm used to doing things certain ways at this point. And when I have teams, I tell them to challenge me on that because I'm used to doing things a certain way. I'm comfortable with it, I know where it is, I know where my file is, right? All of those things. But I do challenge, especially some of my, I'll say, younger, brighter resources, like there's got to be a better way to do this. And I challenge them to teach me that. So that organizational resistance to change is at an individual level, it's at a group level, right? So there's a lot of different aspects that go into that, but you have to understand all of this stuff can't happen to be fixed without the people. So it really, really is important to address early about that, because there's nothing worse than the water cooler talk, right? People get scared about a variety of things in the organization, and communicating up front early and often and transparently. The other thing I'll talk about in change is I'm a firm believer in tell people what you know, tell people what you don't know, but we're figuring it out. That gives a lot of reassurance to saying, okay, I get it, there's some unknowns here, we don't have all the answers, but we are trying to figure out, and thank you for your input, right? Number 6 really ties in with that overcommitment, that inadequate resource piece. There's only one Beth. Call her out of the audience, right? As you go through and you do different projects, you have different priorities in the organization on a daily, monthly, weekly, annual basis, right? There are only so many resources that can work on specific things. So it's the triangulation of, I want to get this done, there's only so much time, people, and money. Those are the things you're always trying to find a balance between. So that inadequate resource allocation is making sure you have, but resources is more than just people too. This is your technology. This is the investment that you have. So again, all those different components that go into being able to operate the organization. Number 7 is lacking those critical skills to be able to leverage that. We're in an age of technology advancing rapidly, right? I think everybody sees that. Everybody's got a smartphone that 5 years ago does things that it shouldn't have been, no one even would think about doing. But the same thing in an organization, right? We are really advancing rapidly in the way you're leveraging technology, trying to keep up with a lot of the technology platforms that are out there. Most of them, you can just do everything on your phone at this point, right? 5, 7 years ago, wasn't even an option. So, raising a PO, I could do it right here if I need to. If I wanted to do my travel expense, I remember doing, travel expenses, hard code, and having to send those things in. Now I just do it on my phone and I don't have to submit anything, right? So that lacking critical skills is, how do you keep current How do you manage your team and yourself to be able to do that? There's a lot of technologies out there that help you do this. One called the internet. Our organization, we use LinkedIn Learning, and I continually try to understand where things are going. We publish, we'll talk about AI here in a little bit. We internally publish kind of the state of AI because it literally changes on a weekly basis, and you can't keep up with everything. So being familiar enough to know where to find things are important, but really that lacking critical skills also comes down to the resistance to change. You have to be willing to do it. Not like, this is how I've always raised a PO. This is how I've always paid a bill. This is what I've done. It sits in my bottom left drawer over here, right? You have to be able to adopt that change. Lack of an evolution strategy. I don't, again, think this really applies at CRU. You're on a journey in finance, in other areas of the organization, that you're evolving over time. And recognizing that, where some of your issues may be that you're dealing with internally, and that you're planning to overcome, right? I think, Kent, you were just talking about the strategy, right? But that lack of an evolution strategy and executive sponsorship really do kind of tie together because they have to be aligned. But again, I have not seen that or experienced that at CRU. But then number 10, excessive organizational complexity. That's a big one, right? How do you deal with that? That is, not only how many people do you have, but how many layers do you have? Who do they report to? How do you cross logical boundaries in the organization, be it functional or regional? It's something organizations structure in that matrix on a daily basis. I'm working with another organization right now that has 20 different operating companies within it. And they've been gobbled up over time from an acquisition perspective, right? So they have finance into the operating ownership on the operations side itself, but then the dotted line into finance, but now they cross regions because those operating companies, when they were purchased, don't only operate in the Northeast, but they're also in the Midwest, and it adds a lot of complexity in looking at how do we really try to optimize the service that is finance for the entire organization without bumping heads, right? So, like I said, I think majority of these will probably resonate with you. I think a couple of them might be not related to CRU as much. But from our research, and there's some of these always bubble to the top. But budget constraints is always top 3, right? Data issues is always in this top area. The people pieces, they kind of move around a little bit depending. But as you see that data-related issue, as we start talking about AI, we'll get there. If we can go on to the next slide. So what are the objectives that we're finding in the marketplace? And when I say marketplace, these are the companies that we work with on a daily basis. I'm right now involved with several different organizations, and there's a lot of symmetry that I see. Tom and I were talking about the journey that CRU is on currently in finance and how it aligns from many things we've seen over time, and it really is not dependent on the type of organization. It's a growth thing. It's maturation of technologies, it's maturation of people, and it's understanding where your go-to-market value proposition is. So the first one sounds very finance-ish, right? Optimize cash flow. What does that mean? Well, it really means that you are improving the financial health of the organization. You're collecting the right dollars on time because that's what feeds the ministry, is making sure that you have those funds to continue to operate. So it sounds very complex, but it really comes down to is the fiduciary responsibility you have to make sure you got the money to operate the organization. Okay? Number 2, accelerate finance digital capabilities and modernize the technology landscape. Lots of big words. That means, again, talking about the maturation of the technology. We're seeing this not only in the AI space, we're seeing this in the ERP space, right? The enterprise people put a lot of things in 15, 20 years ago, and they're moving to the cloud, right? You're getting a lot of technologies that the providers are saying, we're not going to support anymore. And we see this in the FP&A space. We see this in the procurement space. We see this in HR, right? Across the organizations, we see this a lot. But it's really about that information integration. I'm an old FP&A guy. I always looked at it as, what am I trying to get out of this, and how easy can I do it? I don't want to be hunting and gathering for weeks. I want my information that I can make a tangible business impact in that period. Otherwise, I'm just doing the accounting for it. And there's nothing wrong with it. You have to do the accounting for it. But looking at how do you tie that information together. Actively support profitability improvement goals. Again, another scary one, right? Sometimes it's operational inside, but sometimes it's cost savings inside, making that margin. But how do you look at your operational efficiency to reduce your costs? And that may mean redeploying resources to do different things than they currently do, but really supporting back to that strategy of constraint that we talked about earlier. Cost optimization, reduction actions. Always comes up, right? That's that doing more with less, as we were talking about. That will never go away. That'll always be in the top 5 because of the cost pressures that every organization has. Improve data, timeliness, completeness, reliability, and analytical capabilities. Absolutely key. But there's a lot of dependencies to get there, right? Technology tied together. People have the skills and capabilities to do it. Understanding what the information is telling you, right? Understanding what your business is. So these are things that we're finding, it's like, what are your objectives? We want to improve our data so we can improve our analytics, so we can improve the business. And in the case of CRU, so we can help the ministries understand from their campaigns what was the value that they really generated out of it, for example. Enhance business partnering capabilities. We're really trying to get past just business partnering, right? We want finance to have a seat at the table along with everybody else to help make those decisions. But part of that is also in making sure that you're working directly with the leadership on the operations in the ministries, right, in a support role and not seen just as that dollar constraint as we talked about. Number 9, strength financial control environment. That's not supposed to be scary. That's actually supposed to be helpful for the organization. If a non-finance person reads that, they'll be like, oh, they're going to be the gatekeepers. They're not going to give me any funds. They're going to keep the purse strings tight. That's not true. You're really trying to be financially responsible and good stewards for the organization, for the finance funds and operations that you have, right? Undertake mergers, acquisitions, and divestitures. I was talking about the other client that I was working with. Still, that's another growth opportunity for people versus trying to organically grow. They do it through organizational growth, through acquisitions and mergers. And then deliver reliable budgeting forecasting. I think everybody wants that. There is a piece of that you say, what is the right accuracy level? I mean, I do budgets for lots of things. Projects now, I used to own programs for the government. We used to build, I was part of the flight simulator group up here in Orlando. I'd say we built the toys for the flyboys, right? But those budgets, I love the sound of a deadline that goes whooshing past, same thing with budgets. But like really trying to understand where do we need to get to with those budgetary constraints. What I found interesting, and I learn something new every day on the next slide, is annually we go through, from a Hackett perspective, we put out research similar to this in finance in different areas in the organization. And going through this, in preparation for this, Tom and I decided, we said, well, let's compare. What are other pieces of the organization focused on? And where are the similarities? So what he did was we grounded on saying finance, those 10 things we just went through. And I said, well, in HR, in information technology, IT, in procurement, are you aligned? Are we seeing things in the marketplace where people are aligned with what their objectives are in the organizations? And it was interesting for me, from putting this together, was to say, well, first of all, that optimize cash flow performance, again, very finance kind of thing, right? Those people don't understand that. But if you look at accelerate the finance digital capabilities, that happens across the board. technology, the IT organization doesn't say that, but they have to enable it too, right? They're partners in that from a different perspective. But if you look at human resources, I left the language just as they had in our research, but you see that commonality. So yeah, digital enhancements, very, very important. Looking at the cost optimization in your technology organization, trying to understand what you're paying for, the different applications you have, how much, how little you need, how is it optimized, et cetera, et cetera. Procurement is always trying to save a dollar, right? When I look at the improved data and analytics, again, very, very important across the board. You know, saying, how do we understand what we're doing and the value we're driving to the organization and really helping the ministry succeed? If I look at enhanced business partner capabilities, strategic advisors, again, working together, not siloed functional pieces, but working together to optimize what your value proposition to the organization really is. And I found it interesting that, you know, mergers and acquisitions actually had a friend in technology because it's a very finance-focused thing. And then, you know, reliable budgets and forecasting. When you say budget and forecasting to we finance people, it means something. But if I have that same conversation with an HR leadership team, it means something very different. It's really about the people and the headcount and the layers and spans that they have, right? If I talk to a supply chain organization, especially that builds things, it means very, very different things, right? So as a finance person, I think budget and forecasting, I get that. But in different environments, it means a different thing. But ultimately, it gets to the same place as how are you going to consume the resources you have in any given period. And those resources, again, are people, time, and money, right? So this was actually a really good exercise for me to go through. And I will say, I used Copilot to help generate the initial analysis. We have Copilot, and I try to utilize it on a daily basis to see what it cannot do, right? And I use some other AI generators, and we'll talk about those in a second. I'm watching the clock. But just from that consumption of data that we have, it was very useful. It gave me a good starting point, right? It didn't create that slide. That was all me, and if you don't like the colors, I'm sorry. But, you know, it did give me the opportunity to pull some tape up. I hope somebody got that picture. All right, if we could go on to the next slide, I'll move things along here. So what are we doing about this? What is finance doing this year about all those issues and pain points that they're feeling and the objectives? How are they going to reach those objectives? Well, the first thing we're seeing is simplify, standardize, and automate transactional processes. Like I said before, nobody wants to do a manual journal entry, right? How do we make your life as a practitioner in finance easier? That to me is always my grounding point when we're talking about this, is simplify, standardize, automate where we can. Or I will say the one that's missing from that, honestly, is eliminate. Stop doing the things you don't need to do, right? As a finance professional, the thing I always hated was I generate this book and I stand at the printer for 7 hours and print all these things up and I put it in this pretty binder and it's called the yellow binder and it goes up on the shelf. And the dust that gets on that binder over the years is amazing. Or in Central Florida right now, it'd be pollen. So improve analytical modeling and reporting capabilities. I believe this is something CRU is also looking to do. Right? This is important. How do you digest that information? How do you help the ministries understand the information? That's part of finance's role within the organization, is to translate that information and help the operations improve, right? Were they successful? Was the campaign successful? Did they collect all the donations that they thought they were going to? Where can we look at that? I won't read all of these, right? There's a business partnering strategy, self-service tools. If you use Amazon, right, or chatbots, right, those self-service things, go get your own information. Again, a technology component to that, but also important. You'll see the working capital one. Again, that is based on that first issue that we saw there before. That really is making sure that you have the funds to operate within the organization. Develop a strategy and approach for deploying generative AI across the finance function. I'm actually surprised this was number 7 and not higher, just because of just the daily noise you hear about generative AI. What does it mean? RPA, intelligent capture, automation technologies, again, to simplify, standardize, and automate. You'll see some consistencies here, right? Called different things, but there's interdependencies between all these. We see a lot of people still going to a shared services type organization. Global business services is another term for that when you cross different functional and regional boundaries. I've done a lot of that work in the past. It's very exciting. I've worked with organizations that say, we're going to do a new ERP system. And then the CFO says, great, I'm spending $1 gazillion. What's in it for me, right? How am I going to change how we actually process the work, where we process the work, right? And sometimes there is a reduction in force. Many times there's not. I've worked with a client over the last 2 years that is based in Canada, has operations in the Caribbean and in the US. And what they did was they created virtual shared services because of the technology that they had. It was a repointing of the organization. There was no staff reduction as they were going through that exercise. It was just a consolidation of like work activities to optimize it for the organization. And then improve master data management. How did the data get this way, right? That compliance and governance over the data itself. So when you go through the cleanup process, you have the controls in place for add changes and deletes to information as you've cleaned that up, whether it be in your chart of accounts, whether it be in your master for your customer master or your product master, whatever you're looking at. How do you prevent it from growing and expanding like it used to? I have about 10 minutes left, and I'm going to talk next about probably the topic that comes up on a daily basis. You hear it on the news, but this is the year that people are actually committing dollars to generative AI. And what they're committing to is figuring out what it means for the organization itself, because it means something different. Every organization has a different need. Now, we talked about those 10 things that they're doing and all that. There's some dependencies there. But what we're really seeing in the marketplace is this is the year people are committing people and dollars to figure out what that means. Now, it could be in spaces of understanding where their technology inadequacies are, that they need to fill some gaps, which is what RPA did 7-10 years ago. It can be in a lot of spaces that we see is, like I talked about, going through our research and generating those commonalities, looking for that, is understanding what information I have and being able to consume it that much quicker. Like I said, I try to use our Copilot on a daily basis. And I try to push it to say, hey, can you design this? Or I'm looking for this file that I don't have access to. I'm curious if I can get access to other people's files. Where are the controls in place that we have? But I think it's important that we understand this is the year that people are really trying to figure out what does it mean. And different pieces, but you'll see the biggest number is business-led strategy of a delivery team reporting to the CIO. They're trying to embed that, no different when RPA, which is a very simple form of automation, came into play. If we go to the next slide, where are we seeing it in finance, right? You'll see a lot of information out there across different organizations. Specifically, you see a lot of in the sales and marketing area because of the true volume of information that's out there. But what we're seeing it is when you look at those top couple of pieces, the budgeting forecasting, the business performance reporting and analysis, back to the data pieces, right? How accurate does our forecast have to be? The machine learning of saying, I can create that first draft of the forecast based on historical information now, not just making it a rolling one, but making it a rolling seeded one based on those historical trends that you're seeing, which gets more accurate over time. But the data component is where we're really seeing the push, right? Is understanding how do you consume that information, how easy is it to get to, and where are you trying to go with it. There are some pieces that are, lagging behind. It's harder to understand what you could use, but if you even think about like credit, right down there, the orange number 4. Well, credit, you're doing credit checks. You have an organization out there that you may be paying, organizations pay to have, credit checks done, credit bureau services, Better Business Bureau and that, is what if we didn't have to pay that anymore? Could we do it ourselves? Or wait, could the machine do it? And understand what the creditworthiness is to at least start the analysis. So there's a lot of opportunities across the board in finance, but the focus, what we're seeing right now, is really about that data related to budgeting and forecasting, and then part of it is the general accounting piece too. How do you better and improve those application of payments? How do you close the books faster? What are those ways that you can really kind of leverage that? And if you think about the informational piece that's on the front end of that, how do you look at the donor data, consume it, and then feed back to the ministries and say, you said you thought you were going to raise X, you actually rose Y. Or ultimately when you get to is understanding the impact you have in the community from that investment, right? Lots of different sources, however where you're raising the funds in those areas, and where do you see that impact? That would probably be very, very difficult as an individual to do, but to farm that information from across different platforms and different feeds to look again for that symmetry that you would have. So I find that really interesting because then you can start predicting based on that automation where to invest your resources, meaning the time and people and money again. So the next slide I think is very important because I think everyone has a little bit of insecurity about what does AI mean to me, right? It's that WIFM, what's in it for me? I'm going to go back to say, I always look at it as how do we make your life as a finance professional easier? Leveraging this technology should make your life easier. But there are concerns, and what we're seeing out there, major concerns, moderate, minor, no concern, not applicable. No concern, I was a little surprised at that some of the numbers are that big, but lack of implementation skill experience. People are clamoring, I was like, how do I do this? I don't know what the technology is. I haven't seen it, right? I use things, I use Copilot, but don't trust me, you don't want me trying to design what a Copilot is, right? Unrealistic benefit expectation. My next slide, we're gonna talk about some of that because the numbers scare people. They're so big. And I will tell you, I have done a lot of discussions over specifically the past year based on our research with the opportunity to close specific cost gaps in the organization, and the number's 40%. Now, there's a lot of things that need to happen to get to that 40% number, but traditionally if we said, you're going to go to a shared services type environment, depending where you're at, there's a range of maybe 15 to 30% savings, right, if you went to this operating model and all that. But we're looking at technologies that are saving, pushing 40+%. And I have had executives say, nope, not buying it, right? And we're early in the journey, but we are seeing that as specific examples. So more importantly, though, that intellectual property leakage, like I said before, I test it and say, hey, I'm looking for a file. Maybe a presentation that another team of mine has worked on that I don't have access to, a team site and all that. I try to see if I can get to it because I want to know if people can get to my stuff, right? So this is, I think, a really important one when you look at the intellectual property leakage concerns. We're an intellectual property organization, right? Think about it if you're working in a technology field. And what can people get to with that? I think it's a very valid concern. In the remaining couple of minutes that I have, we can go to the next slide. I want to kind of make it real for you, what we're seeing. And again, the journey for AI is vastly accelerating, right? And there's been some organizations out there that have really successfully started to leverage it. And what we're seeing, you'll see here, that 40% number is in quality improvement, productivity improvement, right? And what does that mean to the bottom line? People redeployed, doing different things. There may have been some reductions in force. I'm not aware of those, just to be frank about it. But what you're really looking at here is, like for 3M, for example, right? They improved the customer issue resolution. It's that pulling of information, the acceleration, and again, that comes down to cash flow. The quicker you can close those disputes, the issues that you have, that improves your cash flow, which is back to those budgetary constraints and that working capital discussion that we had. So that thread is all the way pulled through. Johnson & Johnson, everyone's familiar with them, I'm sure. They have the AI agents, employee experience with payroll and benefits. Payroll is always one of those interesting places because it kind of sits between finance and HR. There's obviously the people component that HR has. I work with a lot of organizations that has payroll here in both finance and HR or one or the other, but ultimately you got to pay it. Somebody's got to disperse the funds, and that's always finance. So it kind of sits on the ledge there. But also expense reporting, procurement questions and issues. Again, that information, how do you get through these things quicker, right? Chatbots. And then Intermountain Health, they were using it to reduce their fill time. They were literally looking for doing recruiting through the AI based on the criteria that they're looking for versus using monster.com or keyword searches, which is so normal. Put those keywords in place. I'm looking for I have an accounts payable specialist. This is the thing they do. You ingest it into your system, and then it continually looks for that. So the numbers are scary, but they are real. And one more slide at the end, thank you, because I am running out of time. So what do you do about it? What is the mandate? So the data ecosystem leadership. This is the first thing that theme that you've heard through this, the people piece of this, yes, right? But the data itself, building and governing that data ecosystem so it's more seamless. Also, nothing can be completely seamless, right? No lights out touch processing, that type of thing. But seamlessly being able to get to information and drill through to find that, whether you're doing it or the machine is doing it, right? That you have that interconnectivity to improve decision making. Sustainable value creation. This goes back to helping the ministries understand where to invest, how to use that donor's information in the funds that are raised, and what was the impact that you had. Adaptive finance operating model, flexible, right? Making sure that this year we've got this and we're going to be focused here, and next year we're going to be focused there. And then finance is a strategic catalyst. This goes well beyond that business partnering piece. And you'd see this honestly in each of the organizations that we have. But how do you help create, support, and enable where the organization is going? And on that, I'm on time. I literally went click down. Okay, so I had another slide in here. I don't really have time. I want to make sure that you keep on time for a Q&A. If you have any questions about this information, you could talk to Dave Strachan. I lost Dave where he is here. Be glad to have a conversation with you. You know, that's what we do. We have a partnership, and we've been working with Kent and team and really look forward to the continued relationship. So thank you again for the time and the opportunity here, and it's good to see some faces that I recognize. And have a good morning and a good, successful couple of days.
Thank you, Matthew, so much for being here. You're welcome to stick that there. We so appreciate you taking the time to come and share with us from your expertise. I really loved those recap slides of the top 10 challenges, the top 10 initiatives across the finance industry. I feel like it helps spur us on to be prepared in the things that are relevant for the work that we're doing. And some of the words that resonated that I heard over the last session were simplify, improve data, interpret data, and figure out what to do with AI. That is a great ending point. So thank you again. I do have a quick update on the hoodies for those of y'all who are wanting to exchange to a different size. So step 1, fill out the form that's in your inbox right now. We need you to fill it out during the break here. Step 2, if you have the sweatshirt with you that you need to turn back in, at the back table that's empty, but it's a large round table, someone will be there right now to collect those on the break, so you can turn it back in. If you don't have it with you right now, just bring it tomorrow, and we'll let you know when we're collecting those. And then step 3, we will run point with getting you your new size. So we're going to go ahead and take our break, and I will see you guys back in here at 10:40.
good at being friendly.
All right, come on back to your lovely numbered tables. Got our fireside chat ready, a literal fire right here next to me. Literal? I don't know if it's literal.
Yeah, are you gonna melt your
I might.
laptop there?
Is it warm? It's not warm on the side. Warm in the front. If anybody's chilly, here's your fireplace.
Come join us.
All right, well, Matthew Gare with the Hackett Group framed out for us how we think about the future of finance, covering things like challenges, changes in technology, priorities for finance across all organizations. So what does this mean for us, our mission, our organization? How do we take these insights and apply them to the ministries that we serve? I'm here with our senior financial leaders to talk about just that. So they've been thinking about technology and how it relates to our current work and our future work in various ways, so they'll be sharing from their perspectives. But first, some introductions or reintroductions. So if you would let us know your name and which ministries you serve.
All right, so I am Joe Williams, and I serve a lot of the capacity areas. We've got Arrowhead here, we've got donation services, I work with staff services, new life insurance, just to name a few, but several of the capacity areas.
All right, my name is Dave Weir. I serve Unto and CRU Inner City.
Lucy Kanashiro again with Campus.
Dave Strachan, I work alongside Joe with the capacity and US Tech as far as USDS Digital Services, LDHR, General Counsel, to name a few.
And I'm Mike Silva. I work with CRU Military, Josh McDowell Ministry, and CRU City.
Aaron Neff, work with Athletes in Action and all of the different things that fall under that umbrella.
I'm still Kevin, and leader of the team.
Great. Well, thank you guys for being here. We're going to start with a big picture question. So what's one takeaway from the previous session that CRU Finance should be paying attention to?
And so what come to my mind is doing more with less. And so we're all in operations type roles. And there's no surprise that we can't be expecting an uptick in the budget, right, available for operations. And so as things get more and more expensive, especially if we have hourly salaried staff, compensation goes up, our budget's going to stay relatively same while we see expenses increasing. And so just that whole idea of trying to figure out how do we accomplish more with less?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Joe, doing more with less. If you look at some of the numbers that Matt shared for fiscal year 25, 4.1% more workload for finance people and 0.8 budget down. So it's a challenging environment with costs rising and less work being able to be done. I work with a great group of team members in the capacity finance team with SK Tran and Malcolm Brown and Bill Luss and Isaac Kress and Dalton and Madison. And we've all been working on ways that we can do more for less, specifically in the reporting areas. I think all of us up here have been working on dashboards. So we standardized dashboards. We've been working on forecasting. We've been working with self-service with our capacity teams. So all of that has helped us. When we sat down last week, SK and myself, I think we came up with 20% reduction in time that those team members are now doing less reporting and being able to spend more time on value-added activities.
And I just so appreciate the work that you guys have been doing, because it's really giving us a lift in what we're able to share with our leaders and stuff. So thanks, you guys, for doing that. But so that was like the first point, right, about doing more for less. The last point really kind of got to me of his sharing about how we need to be a strategic catalyst for this kind of change. And you know, as an accountant, you guys, I don't like change too much. I'm pretty much let's just keep things steady for a while. But I think the thing I'm taking away is we need to embrace this. It's coming no matter what. So embrace that change. You know, get ourselves into a position where we can be a catalyst to really move the mission forward, basically. So that's my takeaway.
Yeah, so I heard him say that the technology is constantly changing on a weekly basis. And so, you know, just thinking through the reality of we need to embrace change, but where can we be strategic about that so that there's truly value add and we're not just investing in the latest trend that has to be changed tomorrow.
All right. Well, as we heard about the most significant risks and challenges, that was one of his top 10 slides. What are the risks and challenges that you think we should be preparing for as finance leaders?
I can give a quick answer. I think the biggest risk is not changing, not being willing to change. There's a lot more demanded of us than ever before. For example, I think of the Unto finance team out there. I see Terry and Grace and Kiona and even Nee. A lot more has been asked of us the last couple of years. And if we don't change, you know, Unto is gonna feel that in a negative way.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what David is saying. Not changing is a real risk. So in all of our work, Matt talked about some people doing journal entries. Well, we know that as a part of our job, there are some of us who have to do that. They're maybe the only person in their area doing that. But I think you, as the person doing that, you have to say, what can I do to make this better? And how do I improve? And then raise your hand to your leaders and people here in CRU Finance and US Finance and say, I need help. Help me get better at this. So don't feel like you're just alone, right? That's why we're doing these conferences, CRU Finance. We're together, finance together. So don't feel isolated, right? You may feel that way, but reach out. And change is coming, so we have to embrace it.
And so I'd like to take it in a little bit different direction. You know, we talked about AI, improving technology. Not only is that true for us, but it's very true for people who have nefarious intents. And so I feel like one of the really critical things we need to do is really focus more and more on our internal processes, internal controls. You know, the bad guys out there are getting very, very good at faking phone calls, faking emails, and so I think that's a key for us.
Yeah, and I'll just point out, like, some of his perspective on it, the risk of not changing is real. And I think sometimes different people have different reactions to what was shared and everything. Some people, it's like, great, I can't wait to get more efficient and do all this. Other, it's like alarm bells are going off and, you know, flashing red lights and get scared. And it's more for that second one is it's think about if you've been in finance for a little while, right? if you were doing it the exact same way you did it 10 years ago or 20 years ago, right, seems silly, right? You've adapted to this point. Sometimes I sit there and I think, I have to learn all this stuff, and I need to know it tomorrow, right? But you kind of learn and grow, and you go with it, right? And you'll be able to probably look back in 10 years and say, oh, I see all the things that have happened, all the ways I've learned things, and we're doing it more efficiently, more effectively. But sometimes in the moment when you see this, you can kind of get that, scared reaction. So.
Yeah, and I think, we all understand and can appreciate that we need to change and embrace these new things. I think a big risk, though, is trying to walk through some of those without a change management process in place. So I think there's a great danger that you find somebody, one person who's really passionate about it and it really wants to kind of own a piece of incorporating some new technology. But if you don't walk through a change management process, you're likely to run into the people who maybe aren't as resilient to change or understand why we're making the change. And so it can make the implementation a lot more difficult if you don't walk through a good change management process. The other component of that is you may have somebody who's really passionate about wanting to move something forward, and for whatever reason, they have to leave their role. And if they were the guardian of that one process and they leave, then that process just gets effectively shut down. And so then you're starting over, you've invested a lot of money and a lot of time, and you're back to square one or back to level zero on that. So a change management process helps you to walk through that in a way that will help increase the effectiveness of rolling that out and it having a positive impact. And sustainable, yes, Lucy.
Yeah, I think along the risk of AI, I think one of the challenges that we don't get on the bleeding edge of technology, as Matt was saying, so many things are changing on AI. And I love the examples he used with 3M and Johnson & Johnson. And the approach that many companies are taking now, and we're doing it in US Tech, is really focusing on the embedded AI that our applications have. So most of all the suppliers now are putting AI into the applications. So we have some great examples. Sarah Brown's team, for instance, on Ministry Card with AppZen and Concur, they're using the AI capabilities that are there. And likewise, we see iCertis has the AI capabilities. So being able to use what's already there in the product, we just finished looking at some HR applications. I see Jim Bankston and Phil and Nancy. All those applications we saw had embedded AI for onboarding, for succession planning, for applicant tracking, for all those embedded. So being able to utilize something that's proven is, I think, a safer way than what we saw early was everybody wanted to buy ChatGPT and everybody wanted to buy all the products. So we're trying to take that approach and look at AI that way.
That's great. So how do you guys see the role of finance evolving over the next 5 years?
I think one important way is the expectations of what the finance function does and where it's placed. And so I've read a lot of articles about what's expected of CFOs. I get a lot of business articles in my email. And a common trend over the last 10 years at least is that the finance space is expected to speak into other parts of the company, of the operations, of strategy. So as the finance community of CRU, that really applies to all of us, not just the CFO and controller levels, is the finance function is so strategic that it has a say and it has a place in other parts of the organization. So it's important that all of us be willing to step into that and give insights to different parts of the organization.
I think one of the greatest benefits of working with the finance team here and being part of the finance team is just the direction that finance has gone in the last few years. If you saw on the Hackett slide, simplify, standardize, automate, well, those are key initiatives that Kent has led in our group for several years. So it's great. I think building across that again still, and Hackett has helped us, right? I remember Kent and Mark went to a Hackett conference probably 6 years ago, and they came back and said, hey, we want a bot. we want an RPA robot started. And if you remember, Jesse Kimball got the training and certification and started on that journey. And that's a great step that just shows we've always been on that incline up. And I know one of the groups I work with, I work with a lot of, and I know the people are here today, I work with 16 different people that work in operations that do finance in capacity. And Michelle Kern's here, and one of them is Barb Bouchard over in GCO. And we just worked on a redesign of the background check process that Barb led. Significant. 39 minutes today, the new process, 1 minute to process a background check.
Wow.
90% improvement in throughput. And about $175,000 of savings. Today, 7 people touch the background check, the new process 2. So I think we'll continue to do more of that in the finance group, and we're seeing some great things that people are doing out there to make improvements.
Yeah, I think the bots are a great example, Dave. We've got really good success with them. But, you know, a simpler example back to just your daily work, right? I mean, more than 20 years ago, outside of CRU, I was involved with another organization, and it took 6 of us a half a day to do our work. And over time, we used macros and other things, and the work compressed down to an hour, right? Similar example Dave just got. That was 20-something, 25 years ago. So there's a spectrum that happens over time in finance. It depends on the need to reduce budgets, reduce time of your what you're doing. So again, it comes back to these things can happen, right? You need to look into it. How do we help? We're here to help. Hackett is a great resource. We've learned a tremendous amount. And CRU Finance is moving forward to gain these efficiencies while still having the personal touch that we all have.
And so as we look at this, like, you know, I work with a team. Oh, were you going to go? It's okay. Sorry. You know, I work with a team that helps to support what we do. You know, and one of the jokes was made about manual journal entries. And I realized the team that I work with, ministry finance team, they do that sometimes. I mean, many folks here in the crowd have to process some manual transactions to fix some things. But they have skill sets that are able to provide far more than just the ability to process a journal entry. And so how can we offload some of those tasks to processes that can do that for us so that we can focus on things like delivering insights and valuable information that just continues to help us stay focused on, remember yesterday, win, build, send. And so if there are things that are standing in the way that we can automate, that we can improve, you know, what I see is not reducing the number of staff because we've automated those processes, but re-engaging those staff in ways that help us to be more effective out on the field and meeting the mission. And so that's where my heart is to see our folks using their gifts, their strengths in ways where they're just not bogged down by things that we can automate.
I know for the campus ministry, we've started using Power BI quite a bit, and we're starting to develop these dashboards that our team leaders in the field can take a look at and know exactly where they stand financially, kind of with more, you know, graphs and easier for them to understand their numbers so their eyes aren't glazing over as much anymore. And so I think that's just a big way forward that we're helping, you know, support what's going on there. And I think that the other thing that we're talking about more is just like learning how to be good storytellers. Like, what are the things that we're seeing the numbers telling us that we can say and explain in more of a narrative form so that more of our people can understand what we see, you know, not just throwing numbers at them kind of thing. So I think, yeah, that's even just little steps that we're taking to make, to help our leaders understand and hear the stories that the numbers are telling us. So.
Yeah, so we talk a little bit about what does it mean to stay ahead of the curve. So what are some questions we could be asking ourselves in order to stay ahead of the curve with these things?
Well, I think the good news is CRU is actually already asking those questions. You know, we've got a lot of initiatives going on that are asking exactly that, which is why, you know, we're engaging Hackett and Mercer and other groups to help us figure out, okay, what should we be doing And then we've got, I know Nate Miller and his team work specifically on process improvements. And so I think those two things go hand in hand. What could we be doing best with technology? And merging that together with process improvements, I think, is a big step. So yeah, the great news is we're not in an organization that's sitting back, letting others figure it out first, but we're stepping into that space.
I think also at a ground level, from a ground level perspective, just asking what our audiences need. Just keep it really simple. I mean, I'm a simple dude, and simpler the better. So, yeah, just asking the teams that I serve and serve with, what are your needs, and listen to those.
Yeah, I have to agree with Dave that the whole business partnering and ministry support side is key for, I think, all the SFLs would agree. And having a seat at the table and having your operational leader look to you for support and guidance with the financials and telling the story is key. So that's one that seems to resonate. I love it when I get a call from someone I did a couple months ago, Dave Dickens on the MPD, say, hey, Dave, they want us to pick up this process, but man, it doesn't look good. Can you take a look at it for me? And it was a prayer letter process. And what we found out is Rocky Holland, working at Global, was basically taking the invoices on a daily basis from the prayer letter publishing company and putting them on a spreadsheet, then making the journal entry to transfer over to the staff account, and then clear through Concur. Again, we worked on some automation, and we found that we could put a bot in that the email would come in, the bot would read the email, scan the email, create the spreadsheet with the detail on it, and then create the journal entry, all in one step. Rocky looked at Jesse and said, where have you been all my life? I've been doing this for 11 years. And as one of the team members, Mike, said up there, it's life-changing when you can go do something else. So today, Rocky is out, doesn't touch it, doesn't even ask how it's going, and the bot is cooking along.
Any other thoughts on staying ahead of the curve?
I think the key question to ask is, like, depending on where you are, is what does my leader or the person that I report to, what do they really need? What information is going to help them make their decisions, right? As I think Dave alluded to, it's much less backward. You know, here's the results, and much more forward looking, right? So what do the projections look like? What does the forecast look like? What is all that? So I think that the questions of put yourself in the shoes of your leader, whatever level they would be, and say, what is it that they need to effectively do the job and make decisions, and then try to figure out how do you produce that? How do you?
And I've heard you guys touching on this a little bit already, but I'll ask it in case you've pre-prepared an extra nugget we haven't heard yet. Are there any mindset shifts that would be essential for us in this room in this new era?
I mean, it goes back to something that we should all be trying to do, is just to be curious, right? Whether it's in just conversations with others, or just tell me more about what you've just said. But also just being curious. Here's a reality. I think most of us, we stay pretty busy, right? We have enough work to keep us busy in what we're doing. And so sometimes it's hard to look up and think about incorporating a new process, because the current processes we're doing consume our time. And so to think about thinking about it differently can be difficult, but to be curious, to ask others, like, hey, this is the process I'm doing. Would you do it differently? Or do you do a process that's similar? How do you do it? Just so that we can see for perspective and learn. And so that's one of the things where, for me, for example, having the ministry finance team, because I'll show them. I'm like, hey, I'm making this report, and this is what I'm doing. And is there a better way or a faster way to do it? And there often is. And so they will help me with automating or advancing some of the things that I'm doing that saves me time. And so it came because I made time to be curious and to ask and invite others into the process, instead of me just doing what I know to do and keeping my head down.
Let me jump on that, what Mike just said. I think for me, it's empowering our younger staff, our younger leaders, to do what they do better than what we do. That's at least that's how I feel, because I'm like not keeping up with this stuff, but I need help to do that. And I can do what Mike just said and say, hey, this is what I think we need to do, or I need help figuring out this facet of something going on, and just sharing that and asking them, the ones that do know how to do the Power BI stuff and the macros and all the fancy things and Google spreadsheets and that type of thing. I have people on my team that are awesome at that. And just to ask them to create these new things, and they've done it. I've seen such amazing tools being developed by them, and I'm just so thankful to get to work with them. And so I think encouraging that, empowering that's going to be really important for us to move forward.
I think what I've noticed the most in my journey in the finance space for many, many years is just the focus on the future. Back in the 1980s, when I first started with CRU, that was a long time ago, before many of you were even alive, the focus was on historical financial statements. It was very manual, but man, the history is history, guys. I mean, now, my experience the last few years is, other leaders and, our ministries need to know, where do I stand now? It's great that we have a month-end report that we can reflect on, or an annual report. That's all important. Those are markers, right? They're landmarks. But boy, more and more people need to know where we stand right now today, and more importantly, what does that mean, say, by the end of the fiscal year? And so the more and more that I work with the finance community with Unto and CRU Inner City, that is the need. It's the future. It's forecasting. And so that's a big change for me the last 5 years, to think about, okay, here's where we stand today, what's it mean for tomorrow? Because as we all know, we've all heard this, if we have an accounting background in particular, is that accounting is useful for decision making. That's what financial data is for. It's not stuff you can hang on a wall, put in a frame, but it's to help us make decisions. And so the future is more important than ever.
I like what Lucy said about, the talented people that we have that have these new skill sets. And I think that's the big mindset, is that all of us have to be in a continuous learning mode. Things are changing so fast. I teach in the MBA program at University of Detroit. If I don't stay current on topics, my students will kill me, right? They're that sharp. So, like Dave, I go back into the 80s, right? I just remembered 1987 was the first Hackett benchmark I did. I don't think Matt was born yet from Hackett, right? But the idea of continuous learning, and there's just so much opportunity, right? If you look at the resources, Gartner webinars, Association of Finance Professionals free webinars, AICPA, Matt mentioned LinkedIn Learning. The opportunities for us to take advantage of those are phenomenal. And I like what Satya Nadella says, the CEO of Microsoft. Don't be a know-it-all, be a learn-it-all. So I think it's good advice.
Yeah, and if I could just share one thing, it's on my heart, which is just the heart of the person walking through change. That we might be mindful of this reality that as we look at change, and we understand change can be hard for some, but when you think about the person who has stewarded a process for a long time, and it may be a process that they created, that as you come in and you start talking about change, one, it might be hard for some people just to let that go, because that has been something that they have felt called and committed to, stewarding, and that they've done it well. And so I think there's a process as you walk through it of affirming somebody who has tended to very faithfully a process, and encouraging them and thanking them for that process as you're walking through that particular change. And also, here's what the enemy wants to do, is discourage us, right? Divide us, distract us. And so the person who has stewarded a process for a long time, who's beginning to let that go, because it doesn't work as well today as it did previously. That doesn't mean that process was bad all along, but the enemy wants us to think like, oh, well, all your efforts were meaningless. You have no value here in the organization any longer because we're moving on. And we're leaving you behind with the process that we're changing. And that's one of the things I think we need to be careful of, mindful of, and to care well for the people that we're walking through the process of change with.
That's a good word. All right, we're gonna end with one last thing. Picture this like tips and tricks. So give us a way that you stay informed about emerging trends or changes in finance or technology.
So I can probably speak with all of us up here on the platform that we mostly just watch Dave Strachan and do whatever he does, because he's really good at that.
The one tip.
That's right. No, but I'll use this as a quick commercial plug. I'm actually going to be talking about being a lifelong learner tomorrow. And just the reality is things are changing so fast around us, whether it's the technology, the culture, changes everywhere, and we just need to find ways to keep up with it.
Yeah, so what Joe said, I mean, Dave Strachan came to us 8 years ago with 30 years plus industry experience and Hackett benchmarking and a lot of other things, and he's been phenomenal for a lot of us. So other folks, right, including Dave, have CPAs, as many of you in the audience do, and so you're keeping up with webinars and different things that come out from the standards boards. And so there's many other ways, but simply, right, for maybe some of us in the room who don't have access to those things, there are, like the example of Dave, people to talk to, right? And so I'll go back to the mindset thing, and I'll tie it together, is together. You're here together. You're not alone. Ask the person next to you. Ask the person who's doing the RPA, hey, what is that? What is a robot? So be curious, like Mike said.
All right, well, I would love to welcome us all to thank our SFLs for how they're already leading us in changes, helping us stay adaptable. Thank you guys so much. We can go ahead and exit, and then Wendy will take us from here.
Okay, I got a live one. Okay, I got lots of details. Thanks, friends. Maybe I'll stand by this fireplace because I have been chilly this morning. Okay, we have some workshops. I'm going to tell you some details. I'm going to tell you about them, and then I'm going to tell you where they are. So don't get worried. You won't find it yet. Okay, ignore that for just a second. There's 2 slots. It will be repeated, one now and one after lunch, okay? So it's these same 5 sessions. Oh, she already got rid of it. Perfect. Okay. You're going to have 5 options. I'll just keep standing in the middle and she'll put them up and back. 5 options. You choose 2 in your slots. Okay, maybe share with your teammates, get somebody to cover. We're going to read these together. So number 1, I'm going to get out of the way, is approving reports and payment requests. Learn best practices for reviewing and approving reports and payment requests with accuracy, proficiency, ensuring compliance with organizational policies. Because it doesn't matter what kind, it matters that you understand the GL and can coach others with good descriptions and all those things, and being legal. Number 2, Excel for everyday efficiency. Discover practical Excel tips and tricks to streamline your daily workflows, from data organization to advanced formulas that save time and reduce errors. Number 3, ChatGPT. Explore how ChatGPT can enhance your work by automating tasks, improving communication, and assisting with financial analysis while understanding its strengths and limitations. Number 4 is contracts and the iCertis tool, aka the contract tool. Gain a clear understanding of contract management and how to navigate the contract tool effectively to ensure smooth processing, compliance, and risk mitigation. And the last one is OneStream and Power BI together. Learn how OneStream and Power BI work together to support the financial reporting, budgeting, and data visualization, enabling better insights and decision making. Okay, we're gonna leave that up there for just a second, and then I'm gonna tell you where they are. So don't change the slide yet, but leave them there, okay? We're gonna put up that in a second when I give her the cue, the where. But there are 4 that are in rooms and 1 is still in here, okay? So we'll differentiate in just a second. The ChatGPT it's right there in the center, number 3, is the one that's in here. So I wanted you to hear that, and I want you to hear where those classrooms are before you see where. The classrooms are going to be found. You're going to want to go out these back 2 doors, set of few doors, and there's a hallway right there. So it's all down the like kids area. There's plenty of space, like 50 seats in every one of them. Let's put up the rooms. Okay, they're each one right here, and their leaders are up there. So you can make note. We're going to leave that up there. I'm not going to talk about that right this second. I just wanted to point out the middle one, ChatGPT, is in here, and the others are down the hallway. Okay, and they're labeled outside. You'll see the people in them. Okay, so now for how you need to think about yourself. Taking care of yourself, your personal housekeeping details. That's it. Okay, so before I tell you the flow of the next few hours, details to know. We we don't own this facility, but we basically own this room. So you can leave any of your stuff in here. If you're at the first few tables, maybe push your stuff to the center because at least on the first couple rows, I don't know where that person's going to speak from or whatever. So if you're in these first couple rows, like leave your seat so that someone else can use it, but your stuff can stay in here. You're welcome to it. You're coming back to your tables. Your tables are all week yours. These are your new besties. Okay, so you're welcome to leave. I'm just reminding you, the rooms are set up classroom style, so you won't have a table. You're going to be, well, unless you're in this room, you'll be sitting there in a classroom style setting, like chairs lined up on rows. So there's no need to carry all your worldly belongings if you don't need them. Okay? I don't see any questions. Okay, great. So now the structure of your time. It is going to be, you're going to head into your workshops, like this minute in a second. You're going to run. Not really. You're going to head to your workshops. You're going to go into them. From there, you will be released to lunch. It will be in the same place it was yesterday. Allergy situations will be on a separate table. And after lunch, you're going to go into your second workshop, which will be located in the same places. So make notes. Choose 2. Make sure you know where you're going to go. We'll probably have this up during lunch so you can find your way again. And then after that, when the second workshop's going to start at 1:30, and it's going to end. And you're going to come straight back in here. So hopefully that makes sense. Any questions for the crowd? Go now to a workshop, release to lunch, come back to a workshop, release to this room. Okay? You're going to get some mobile activity. I hope you're excited. We are excited. We think these will be really beneficial for each of you. So it's time to go. See ya. If you had a hoodie issue and you didn't fill out the form or talk to us, do that on your way, exiting the room. Have a great workshop. Move quickly. I talk a lot and took up the minutes.
Return this.
thought that's what you want to move. Just thinking in case it was. You're connected to this HDMI, right?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for staying in the room and sticking around for the ChatGPT workshop. I can say this is going to be less of a workshop and more of just a discussion on some of the benefits in using ChatGPT, why you should care about it and not just brush it off as something for the younger kids. So we're going to frame this into 3 sections. So we're just going to talk about what ChatGPT is, how it works, and then we're going to go into our second section, which is the ethical considerations in using ChatGPT or other AI models, because there are some serious concerns that people have with this kind of technology that we should be aware of, but I don't think should stop us from using them. And then thirdly, we'll go over some basic prompt engineering, which is just a fancy way of saying how do we talk to AI. All right, and then, with whatever time is left, we'll go into our Q&A, where you can ask me questions, or you can ask ChatGPT questions, and we'll just look them up on the screen. So hopefully that'll be the fun part for you. All right, so moving on to what ChatGPT is. ChatGPT is what's called a large language model. So what they do is they essentially take a whole bunch of data, whether that's from websites or books or social media, and they feed it into a learning model that's going to aggregate that information and learn how to think and behave like a human. So that's the basic gist of it. ChatGPT specifically, unique from other AIs, is it emphasizes that talking like a human. So when you communicate with ChatGPT, you would talk to it the same way you do a normal person, and it is going to respond to you in a narrative format that sounds like someone's speaking to you, rather than, for example, when you Google something, it just gives you a list of websites. ChatGPT is actually going to summarize that information and talk to you in a conversation. Moving on to how it works. So this is just a basic structure of how ChatGPT works. As we look at this, so just talked about it a little bit. This is technically true, but it's very oversimplified and kind of misleading into the nature of AI. Because one of the big pitches with AI that can be misleading is this idea that we just take all this information and we feed it into the machine, and it learns to think for itself, it designs itself, and we don't need the people anymore. That's not really true, though. So for those of you who are like worried about the machines taking over, we're not there yet. Maybe one day. Because in just about every step of building an AI like ChatGPT, there are people involved. So we start off with our pre-training. So that is where we take that data and we feed it to the machine. And then we're going to go into our fine-tuning phase. And this is where we actually have operators come in, and they're going to test that AI model, and they're going to tell it how to actually answer, how to think. They're going to rate its responses to make it better at responding to things. They're also going to come in, and they're going to tell it to value certain pieces of information over others. Right, so when ChatGPT or other AIs are aggregating information together to give you the answers that you want, they do not treat all information the same. They are going to prioritize what they're told to prioritize, and hopefully that aligns with what our priorities are, but not always. And then lastly is the optimization, which is just more of that feedback loop of we are going to continue to test and reinforce how we want the AI to perform and think and behave. So the first part of that reinforcement loop is direct preference optimization. So this is DPO. And this is where, after you get your large language model, they're going to come in and they're going to say, hey, I want you to prioritize this piece of information. Right? So if you want something that's going to give you scientific research, prioritize only peer-reviewed articles. And if something's not peer-reviewed, ignore it or recommend it with caution. It's also going to tell AI how to talk. So with ChatGPT specifically, right, we fed it all of this information from the internet, books, and the theory is that it came out knowing how to talk like a human. It did not. People went in and gave it specific conversation formats to follow. They told it how to write a sentence. They told it whether or not to use an Oxford comma when it talks to you. So going back to the illusion versus reality, AI learns to some extent from the language model, but most of what we receive when we're interacting with it are these human-designed factors into how it communicates. So, going past DPO, we have what's called reinforcement learning with human feedback, or as I like to call it, RALPH. So this is where we come in with our carrot and stick reward model, and we're going to test the AI, and we ask it questions, or the operators ask it questions, and they're going to rate its responses. Unfortunately for AI, it doesn't actually receive carrots or cake. It gets numbers from 1 to 5 or whatever number system they want to use. And then based on those number rankings, it's going to start to modify its responses to achieve the highest number score possible. So whenever you talk to an AI, it is responding based on what it thinks will give it the highest score. So to some extent, AI wants to please you, but really what it wants to do is get the best score it can. So every time you're talking to AI, it's playing its own background video game trying to get the highest score. And hopefully what you want gives it a high score, but if it doesn't, it's just going to keep giving you the wrong answer. The last thing that this is designed to do is we are realigning the artificial intelligence to value the same things that we do, or in this case, OpenAI. So whatever internal policies or things that OpenAI says an ethical AI should behave like, this is going to reinforce that and make it behave that way. So if you want to know how to make something explode and you ask ChatGPT, it's not going to tell you. It's going to say, hey, maybe don't do that, or something along that line. We can test it out later, but maybe not because I don't want to get in trouble. So going back to our diagram of how does ChatGPT actually work. So we start with all information available to the creators, and they're only going to pick out what, compared to the World Wide Web, is a very small data section. This is still a massive amount of data that's being fed into the AI, but compared to the information available, it's only a small sliver. So we're going to feed that into our AI. We're going to provide conversation modeling. We're going to tell it how it should talk, how it should speak. Going back to that Oxford comma, like, do we use it, do we not? And then we're going to come out with that initial AI model, which is what I'm calling ChatGPT Junior. And this is the model that we're actually going to start testing. So that's where DPO comes in. We're going to say, hey, I want you to prioritize these pieces of information over others. And then we're going to move it down the training wheel to RALPH, where we're going to rate those responses and tell it that, hey, I liked this way better than the other way. I want to pause on RALPH for a second, because if you ask ChatGPT, it's going to tell you that this is done by experts within OpenAI. Their experts are college students employed by the hour to test these things. So whenever they want to test out a specific conversation, they just have a pool of people who are willing to work for them, and they send it out and they say, hey, ask these questions, rate the responses, and then we're going to take that. So we could call them experts, but really it's just whoever is available and follows the policy guidance of OpenAI that's doing that reinforcement loop. And then lastly, we have, once ChatGPT is finally deployed, user feedback, where we can take our feedback. Now, here's the thing. ChatGPT uses something that they like to call deep learning, which sounds really fancy, but in reality is just pattern recognition, which is what every basic infant or child does, is you learn to recognize what something is based on how many times we've seen it before. However, one thing that AI doesn't do, that kids do, is that they continue to learn on new experiences. When we interact with ChatGPT or other AI, the majority of them are not going to learn from us. Right? That's part of the illusion, is that these learning models are always learning experientially from every conversation we have with them. They don't. Or if they do, it's to a very small degree, because what they're always going to prioritize is that large language model, and that's actually where they learn. So they stay up to date because operators within OpenAI are constantly going back and updating that large language model so we have new information captured. But that's one of the dangers with AI, is that it does not continue to learn experientially like we do. All right. Moving in to section 2, we're going to talk about some of the ethical concerns. Before I do that, do I have any questions? Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nope. Now, if you sent that to OpenAI and they said, Nate Miller has really good feedback and we need to incorporate this, they would then employ it in their Ralph model. So OpenAI, ChatGPT would then incorporate it into how it behaves in the future, but only if OpenAI agrees with you. But I will say, if you tell ChatGPT it's wrong and really like hammer it, it will apologize. It doesn't mean it, and it's not going to change its ways. Yeah, so this was a fun question. Speaking of trying to get ChatGPT to give an accurate answer, most AI, especially conversational AIs, are designed to give generalized answers. They don't want to be specific. They're going to give you as much of an open-ended and cover as many of the different points of perspective answer as they can. So if you try to ask them, like, define a quality source, what are the things you actually prioritize versus don't prioritize? It took me about 5 different prompts of drilling down and telling it to be more specific, more specific, more specific, before it actually gave me websites that it would rate as quality versus non-quality. So when we look at those aligning with what OpenAI considers to be a quality source, and the AI model is designed to prioritize over other things, some of those examples are the Financial Times, Wall Street, the Bloomberg Journal, Reuters, The Economist. Most of them pretty legitimate. I did think it was pretty fun, though, looking at the unreliable sources that it listed. So we've got InfoWars, social media, Twitter, Facebook, 4chan, Reddit, Wall Street Bets, and conspiracies. OpenAI doesn't like conspiracy theories, so it's not for you if that's your wheel. I did think it was interesting, though, that it specifies specific kinds of Reddit threads based on who the users are and whether or not they have like user requirements to qualify as like a poster. Now, the dangers, though, of prioritizing certain sources of data is that we start to receive information from only one viewpoint. So it is good that we are prioritizing legitimate sources, but there's also a significant danger in that it's whoever OpenAI considers legitimate. So we're only hearing from their point of view and only people who align with them. It also creates an over-reliance on institutional narratives, which is just saying that, like you saw on their .gov website, raise your hand if you always agree with the government. OpenAI or ChatGPT apparently does. All right. The other thing we're seeing is OpenAI and ChatGPT specifically is being used in schools a lot to do research or write essays. It's even been documented to be very popular in seminaries. So a lot of our new pastors coming out of seminaries are heavily dependent on AI to either write or do their research for them. Which isn't necessarily wrong, but we do want to be observant of the fact that AI is designed to augment us and not do the work for us or replace us. Next up is the impact of OpenAI or AI on language. So going back to how AI responds is it tries to aggregate all information to get one baseline answer that's somewhere in the middle. The problem with that is when we're using it in learning contexts and people are growing up in high school and college using it to write their own essays, is they're learning to talk and think like AI, which is a problem because AI is only talking and thinking like the aggregate person. Whoever the most average person is, that's who AI is trying to replicate, which means all of our outlier peoples, and every one of us has something about us that's going to be unique and to some extent an outlier compared to other people. That's all getting filed off, chopped away. And now we're reinforcing it into learning and education. So down the road, we're becoming more and more aggregated towards the mean, just like in George Orwell's 1984. Cool. So Stanford researchers did some studies looking at the impact of this human intervention and language bias. And what they found is that when we go through and we do those things like DPO and Ralph, the more intervention we have to fine-tune the AI to be what we consider effective, the more biased it becomes and the more difficult it is for non-native English speakers to use. So we are over-prioritizing specifically what's called academic English, which is those periodicals and government talk and lingo. So all of these other languages, and they tested this on English speakers. So these weren't just people who didn't have a good grasp of the English language. Like they speak English, but still were worse off because it was tailored specifically to that one area of person. So going back to our model of how AI works and how it's designed, every one of those red sections is human intervention, and every one of those is introducing and increasing bias. So when we look at that World Wide Web, right, we're only pulling the majority of the time for AI development from English-speaking websites. There are whole websites in countries that are not in English, and they're just getting excluded and lost. So when we look at the future of AI, how do we capture in the uniqueness of the human experience, and as Jesus' film puts it, speak to people in their heart language? Because right now, that's all just getting filed away at the edges. Okay, now, moving on to our third part. That was a rough transition. So one of the things we'll talk about after the prompts is the advantages of using a bot and AI. I'm going to skip ahead to that, though, for the sake of transitioning and saying like why we shouldn't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. When it comes to like bots, and especially with ChatGPT right now, it's actually really accessible to design your own bot. One of the things you can do is you can upload your own data. You can upload your own documents. So we can help model our own AI bots who are going to exclude some of that bias and actually capture in some of those other areas. And down the road, we might end up being able to make our own AI. I skipped one thing. I wanted to mention, studies have found that every conversation with ChatGPT consumes 500 milliliters of water. And that's just one conversation. So like throughout the course of my workday, I usually have several conversations with ChatGPT to help me out. And that's clean water used to cool their servers and processes because they have some of the largest servers in the world. So if you're in an organization like Unto and you're trying to get aid and resources and water to people who don't have clean drinking water, the question is, well, what are we getting out of AI and things like ChatGPT that's worth saying, we're going to take that bottle of water and pour it on a server rather, that's not actually poured on the server, that would kill them, rather than send that out. Yeah. I'm not saying we shouldn't use it. In fact, I think we should. but we should be aware that there is a cost to all things, even AI, even if we're not the ones paying it. So we want to make sure, I don't think this is something we should use flippantly. There's a lot of people who go on just have fun, which I would encourage to familiarize yourselves so you can use it in your workplace. But there is a cost, we're just not feeling it across the board yet. And same thing when we look at that impact on language, right? There's a cost to all things. Okay, sorry. Now, going on to prompt engineering and how we interact with AI. The number one thing is we want to be specific. So with ChatGPT, it's designed to talk and sound like a human, which makes it really easy for us to think that it's going to understand us the way a human is. It's not. We need to be very specific with our prompts. We want them drilled down to bite-sized pieces so we only get what we actually want. And as much as possible, make it give you sources to real documents. The reason being is that AI will do something called hallucinations, where its predisposition is always to give you an answer, even if it doesn't have one or it can't prove it, it'll pretend that it can. We don't know why it does. They're still trying to figure out how to get rid of hallucinations. But yeah, so you want to make sure you're checking the sources AI provides you, because sometimes it does genuinely just invent information and will give broken links. So you can't just say, oh, there's a link there, it's good. You need to click it. You need to go to the website and read it for yourself. Or at least to read like the abstract at the beginning. Okay. So some of the beneficial uses we found with AI though, if any of you have seen or heard of a one-sheet, we currently use them in our executive summaries for those. So what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll do bullet point summaries of each of the different parts of it. We do that ourselves. But then when we want to combine all of that into a summary to save time, and also to not repeat everything we've already said in bullet point format, we feed that into ChatGPT and we say, hey, give me a narrative summary of this in 300 words or less. And emphasize narrative when you do this, because otherwise it's just going to give you bullet points back, which is not very helpful. Another thing you can do is, instead of asking like, hey, what's the IRS policy on gifts for a nonprofit? You can link to the specific URL for the IRS guidelines on the nonprofit and state the article title, or you can download the guidelines and upload them yourselves. The reason being is that if you just say, hey, what are the IRS guidelines for nonprofit gifts? It's just going to look up other articles and summarize what other people have said. But if you feed it the specific URL and title, or upload the document yourself, it will actually read through that document and then give you an accurate summary based on what's in the article itself, rather than what other people have said. Next up, break your prompts into their component parts. This is especially relevant if you're doing any kind of coding and using ChatGPT as an assistant. It's a fantastic coding assistant, or in some cases, teacher. But it's going to struggle if you feed something complex into it where you're trying to do multiple things. So you need to break them down into the smallest component parts you can. And then on the back end, you can combine it yourself. Or even take those different component parts, put them into a new conversation with ChatGPT and say, hey, combine these. Adding on to that, I have had a fun experience where I asked ChatGPT for a code, and then just to see if it worked, I started a new conversation, put the code back in, and ChatGPT corrected its own code. So test your codes. All right. Next up, know what you want. Or, more accurately, have a specific end result in mind. And if you're not sure how to accomplish that, or not sure how to ask for that, ask ChatGPT. So, great example of this. Just to test it out, I asked it, how do you correlate spending versus contributions received? And it gave me 6 different options on how to correlate it, one of them being regression analysis. So I was like, hey, show me how to do an accurate regression analysis, and then you drill it down. So you can start broad, but then drill down into the thing that's actually going to give you what you want. Also, favorite words for getting something from ChatGPT: if you don't know what you need, explain it to me like a 5th grader. It'll do a really good job of breaking it down into understandable words, and then for whatever reason, it throws on an emoji. I don't know why explain it to me like a 5th grader equals smiley face at the end, but it does. All right, next up. Mentioned this already a little bit, but test the responses. So check your sources, URLs. If you're using it to code or anything like that, test the code and make sure it works the way you want it to before you try to deploy. And once again, demand URLs to primary sources. I'm emphasizing that because you can ask for them and ChatGPT won't always give them. You have to reiterate. All right, last but not least, going back to, I mentioned this one ahead of the time to smooth out the transition. But if you have enterprise or I think pro ChatGPT licenses or above, you have the option to make your own bot. You can choose who has access to it. This information will not be published to the World Wide Web as long as your settings are set to not publish. Make sure you do that because that is like the US data policy on how we deal with ChatGPT. Don't give away our data. But you can upload your own documents, or in this case, I uploaded the financial policy manual for staff, and then I uploaded the financial policy manual for everyone else, and our FY25 rate chart. And I asked it about our gifts, and it gave me a pretty accurate answer. This is one of the things where we can tailor make bots to fit our own needs. This is also where we can iron out some of those inbuilt biases because now we're the ones doing that RALPH and DPL. We can tell it how to prioritize certain bits of information. We can say, hey, only reference the IRS website, or better yet, don't access the internet at all. When you design a bot in ChatGPT, you can remove its ability to access other websites. Now, the downside is you or possibly someone else is going to have to download all of the regulations and upload them as a PDF. But when you do that, we now have a fixed data set that it's only referencing. So we're only uploading the information that's relevant to us. Okay. This is my last slide. So, all right, I'm going to make 2 final pitches on why you should care about ChatGPT and engage with it in your work. Number 1, there have been trends in an increased need for financial services and people in companies, and yet, if you guys want the PowerPoint for this, I do have a website linked. However, the original article I read it in was one of the newsletters from BNY Mellon, and I don't have that anymore. So I lost my original source and had to look up a new one. But there has been an increase in need for financial services market-wide, but there is not an increase in job postings for finance people. There's also been a decline in people graduating colleges with finance degrees. And we have this wonderful thing called the college enrollment cliff quickly approaching. By quickly, I mean it's here this year for freshmen. From 2008 to 2011, there was a drastic drop in birth rates in the US and much of the world due to the financial crash. Those people are turning 18, which means for the next 4 years, a lot of colleges are on the chopping block and potentially going out of business and shutting their doors. Some of them already have. When those 4 years are up, those reduced class sizes are going to start graduating, which means market-wide, there are going to be fewer people entering the workforce. And why I'm pointing all this out is that what we have is an industry-specific trend of fewer people and greater need. And coming up, we have a market-wide trend of fewer people and greater need. So all of us, there's going to be fewer of us and more work for us. So we're all going to need ways to automate our tasks and get better at doing what we already do without having more people to do it. So that's where I think ChatGPT comes in. And the best story, I think, to emphasize this is with chess. So one of the first areas where AI was developed and deployed was in chessboard games. And what they found is it didn't take very long for the AI to start beating grandmasters at chess. There are very few humans who can beat a fully functioning chess AI. And so they said, hey, like, people are out, AI's in. But something else started to happen, especially when we started getting cell phones and apps with chess on them. The hybrid chess player started becoming incorporated, where you have people playing chess and the AI recommending certain kinds of moves. And what they found is that when we had these hybrid chess players going up against both the computer and just human players, they were outperforming them mostly across the board. I'm sure there were some people still losing. I'm probably one of them. I lose a lot. But one of the things that this really highlighted is the fact that AI, and especially things like ChatGPT, they're not here to replace the human user. They're here to augment us. Right? The future of AI and most digital professions isn't in AI or people, it is in the hybrid component. Right? We're all becoming cyborgs. Cool. So that's my conclusion. Any questions? All right. If there's no questions for me. Oh, yep. I would say no. So when we go back to that user feedback, right, and we talk about the ethical concerns, there are some real reasons and justification for pushing back on how AI is developed and deployed. So I wouldn't say like just don't use it, but there should be questions asked. There should be pushback on some of the ways that we are modeling these. Yeah, there's serious concern in the language professions and the development of language on how we're using and deploying AI right now. So yeah, there should be pushback. Yeah, so that is our information. Let me change how my screen is showing. If you are using the free version of ChatGPT, it's their information. Those of us using it professionally, we have enterprise or pro licenses, which allows you to keep your information just for yourself. So make sure that if you're using AI and actually uploading information to it, you have one of those pro services. And in your user settings, sorry, it's been a while. Boop. Improve the model for everyone. That's what they call it for ChatGPT. That means they get to use your information and they'll feed it into things like Ralph and DPO. That also means that they can technically use the information you upload for whatever they want, because improve the model is a very broad definition. So make sure that's turned off. The US data team released a policy guidance on this. It's probably called other things if you're using a different AI, but with ChatGPT, yeah, just make sure that is always off. And then whatever information you do is just local to your conversation and is not being saved or housed by OpenAI. No, we pay by user. So you may need to talk to your team or the US data team. Mhm. Yes, it is technically generative because when you ask it a question, it generates a response. Yeah. Nope. It does not. Sorry. Yeah. Mhm. It's possible, but I think the odds are pretty low. The reason being is that the amount of people having conversations regularly with AI are vast. So if we talk about like, they're uploading the largest data size they can to train the AI, but then if they just turn on saving every conversation, that data is quickly going to outgrow what they have capacity to store. Part of the reason that like it's not storing every conversation is just it's not feasible. I don't think we have a policy on that, but I think it's a good practice. If you're using AI, especially if you're doing something like textual, where it sounds human, it's a good practice to say, hey, I used AI to generate this. Malcolm. Yep. Yes, you can set preferences in ChatGPT on how it talks to you. So you could tell it to like be mean. That's apparently a popular thing on like Instagram. People are like, I want you to be a rude bot. Don't do that. Yeah, that's actually also in the bot too. You can program in preferences. You literally just type out, tell it how you want it to behave, how you want it to talk, and it will incorporate that into the bot's performance. Okay. If there's no questions for me, does anybody have questions for, oh, I froze. Does anybody have questions for ChatGPT that they want to test out on? Okay. Okay, so just for an example, this is, I named it Finiac because I'm not creative and that's just finance rearranged. So I mentioned, what are our gift policies? I did. All right. Staff are not allowed to solicit personal gifts from anyone. The maximum amount of personal non-cash gifts or money from non-relatives should not exceed the limit stated on the current rate chart. There's no limit on the amount of cash, gift cards, or other gifts received from family members or for special life events, i.e. marriage, birth of a child, or death in the family. And it continues. Ooh, okay. See, this is why Malcolm's here. So one of the areas where I feel like we have a lot of potential with things like this is we could hypothetically download the Ministry Card Workplace conversation history and uploaded it into an AI, and now every conversation that's been posted on Workplace is being fed into teaching the AI how to answer in the future. So hopefully cutting down work for the Ministry Card team or anyone else who's operating a workplace. Yes, Nate. That's true. Yep, so we would either have to like mark priorities or just tell it to only value responses from Sarah Brown. Yep, yep. Or, yep. Yep, so anytime that somebody makes a bot, you can choose who has access to it. So you can specify certain people, or in this case, for US Finance, we have a shared ChatGPT group. So I just shared this with everybody in that group. Outside of that, though, I have limited access because we don't want anybody in the public being able to pull up the financial policy manual. Yeah, so if you have a free account, you have a limited number of conversations you can have, and I think you can generate like 1 or 2 photos per day. But yes, so if you were given permission to that bot, you could use it because it's not your bot, you don't own it, you're just asking it questions from a free account, but you do have to be given permission by the bot owner. Yep. Yes. Yep. Oh, yep, and see, this is why we do DPO and Ralph. All right. That's correct. And this is why we check the answers and test them. So this is one thing where right? As we talk about deploying AI, it doesn't remove the need for people, it just changes how we operate. And we need people, if we're going to deploy AI in the future, who are fact-checking and have that attention to detail that Jasmine did. Okay. You can do that. I think, Malcolm, have you done that? Okay. Yeah, so that's a good answer from Malcolm. For me personally, I'm usually using it for things like DAX coding. So we have a big push to go into Power BI to make accessible financial reports. Up to a year and a half ago, nobody on the finance team was doing Power BI to any meaningful extent, and none of us knew how to code in DAX. So we've either figured it out for ourselves or, more often, used ChatGPT to figure out how to do it. Yeah. All right, one last question, because I think it's lunchtime. I wouldn't call it a hallucination, but it's pretty often wrong with like coding. But it's usually very close. So most of the time, if it gives me a code, I'll put it in and I'll try to fine tune it until it actually works. But most of the time, like it'll give you a code that's 90% correct. But it will insist that the code works. Also, sometimes when I'm writing my own just from scratch, I put it in there to test it before I try to actually run it in Power BI. And there's been a couple times where it's like, oh, your code has a few mistakes. Usually it does. But every now and then I'll upload one and it's like, you have some mistakes. Here's how I fixed it. And then it doesn't change a thing. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Yeah. But, all right, thanks for coming to the ChatGPT workshop, guys. Great questions.
Okay, everyone who's in this room and in the cafe and can hear my voice, hopefully everyone around this whole building, it is 1:20, be wrapping up, get yourselves ready for your 1:30 session. So 1:30, you need to be in your new location, and if you don't know where that is, it is on the screen in the main room. Okay, 1:30, be somewhere. Enjoy. Wrap it up, find a bathroom, take a walk, have a break.
Andy and Jeff, would you guys mind coming closer, joining the crowd? What? I'm going to let him move a little closer yet. I think the clock ran out, but technically we're only at 1:29, so we have 1 minute. Okay. Yeah, we'll jump in. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to the ChatGPT workshop. Bad news and good news. Bad news is that we're not going to go that much into like how to do ChatGPT, mostly because the good news is you should already know how to do it. The reason being is that ChatGPT is what's called a large language model, and it is specifically designed to imitate human speech patterns, both in how it responds to questions and then how it answers them. Meaning, if you know how to use a keyboard and have a conversation, then you know how to use ChatGPT. It's just a matter of practicing with it. So hopefully that's encouraging to anybody who was nervous about not knowing. As long as you can type out your questions, you can interact. And nowadays, they have voice recognition versions where you can just talk to it. You don't even have to use a keyboard anymore. Okay. Now, this presentation is structured into 3 parts. So we're going to go over what ChatGPT is, how it works, and then we're going to move into the ethical considerations and concerns with ChatGPT. And then for our 3rd part, we're going to take a look at some prompt engineering, which is just a fancy way of saying, how do we talk to ChatGPT? And then, once all of that's done, we'll go into the 4th portion, which is our Q&A. So you can ask me questions, or if you don't have questions for me, we can ask ChatGPT some questions, and I'll have it up on the screen, and we can see how it responds. Okay. Now, there are 3 basic enrollment models for ChatGPT. So you have your free tier, which anybody can use. You just have to register your email, and then you can ask a certain number of questions per day. You can also generate a couple images. I think it's like 1 or 2 images per day if you use the free version. Then there is the ChatGPT Plus version, it's $20 per month. And that gives you unlimited number of questions and prompts you can use. You can generate all the photos you want to through, I think it's DALL-E is the photo generator version. And then they just released a new Pro version that I don't think any of us need or will ever use because it's $200 a month. But it's pretty cool. It can screen record and actively like give you code for what you're trying to do while it's recording your screen. So you don't even have to ask it questions anymore if you want to do that one. That one's still in beta. And also it's $200 a month, so don't do that one. All right, now moving on to the basics of how ChatGPT works, just any large language model AI. We take the large language model, which is this vast array of data from the website or books or periodicals or even social media, and they load it all into a package and they feed it to the AI. And then the AI just goes through that and it reads all of that information, and it does this process called deep learning, where it uses pattern recognition, which is just a fancy way of saying it learns the way a child does. It sees an image repeated over time and then learns what that image is. Now, this is technically true, but also kind of misleading, because the illusion created when we use this simplified version of how ChatGPT works is that we have all this information and we just feed it into the learning model, and AI teaches itself, it grows itself, it learns to make decisions for itself and talk for itself. And the people are just gone, right? We don't need people anymore, the robots are taking over. And that's not quite true. So when we look into how ChatGPT actually learns, what actually comes out of that initial deep learning phase, where it is training itself just on the data model, is not operable. You can ask it questions and it'll give answers, and they're probably not going to be very good. So we go into what's called the pre-training phase, which is after that deep learning phase, where operators in OpenAI or whoever else is generating an AI engine are going to tell the AI how to talk. So they're going to give it specific sentence formats to use. They're going to tell it whether or not it should use an Oxford comma when it's talking to you. How often should it use exclamation marks? And then we're going to go into the fine-tuning phase. This is where we're starting to tell it What kind of information should it prioritize? What sources are quality sources versus not quality sources? And then after the fine-tuning phase, we go into optimization. And this is where we start asking it questions. Now that it's been properly trained on how to talk, we're going to see what it actually says. And then our users, not public users, these are internal users, are going to rate those responses using a carrot and stick approach that teaches it how to do better versus worse in its responses. And then after all of that, we finally get a usable AI model for ChatGPT, and that's what we actually end up interacting with. Now, the first part of that fine-tuning and optimization is called direct preference optimization. So this is where we go in and we assign those data valuation methods. So we tell ChatGPT that it should favor peer-reviewed sources when it's answering questions, or it should favor .gov websites. Yep. So that is preemptive, so that is before ChatGPT starts sending responses. And then the second part is what we call reinforced learning with human feedback. Sorry, I was getting the learning and human part mixed up in my head. We can call it RALPH for short, because RALPH is much easier than reinforced learning with human feedback. But what RALPH is it's that carrot and stick approach, where we're going to rate the AI's responses based on how well they align with our own internal policies. And by our own internal policies, I mean OpenAI's internal policies and what they view ethical responses are. And then it's going to adjust its future responses to achieve the highest possible score based on that carrot and stick rating method, which can be any kind of number metric system that they want to use. So it could be zeros and ones, it could be 1 to 5, it could be 1 to 100. I don't think they do that much, that's not necessary. So anytime you interact with ChatGPT, it's actually playing a little video game in the background of how it responds to you because it's trying to achieve the highest score. So it wants to make you happy, but more than making you happy, it's trying to win its game. Cool. So when we put all of that back into our how does ChatGPT work model, what we actually see is all of these points where we have human intervention actually designing and shaping and forming ChatGPT into what it is. So we have all of the information available to all mankind. Then we have a teeny tiny sliver of that, which is still a very large amount of data, which gets pulled out and curated by human users in OpenAI. And then they're going to create that large language model from that. And then we feed that into conversation modeling. So that's where we tell it how to talk, how to format its sentences. That's that pre-training mode. And then it goes into what I'm calling ChatGPT Junior. So this is when we start interacting with the AI for the first time to train it how to talk and respond. So that's where we go into DPO and RALPH, where we're giving it feedback and telling it, hey, you need to talk this other way. Or don't tell people how to make explosives. That's not ethical. Don't ask. And then lastly, once it actually does get deployed to the public, we have user feedback. Now, that could be misleading, because when you have a conversation with ChatGPT, it's not learning from your conversation. And if it makes a mistake and you say, hey, you made a mistake, it'll apologize. It'll seem genuine. It's not. But what does happen is some of that user feedback gets back to OpenAI, and then they will employ your user feedback into RALPH and DPO in formatting future responses. So this is how ChatGPT actually works. Now, that concludes our first portion. So now we're going to start looking at some of the ethical considerations and concerns with AI. And one of those first concerns is, like we talked about with DPO and RALPH, determining what are considered quality sources versus unquality. Which sources is ChatGPT emphasizing when it responds to you versus just ignoring? And those quality sources are determined by OpenAI. Now, I had to ask it about 5 different times to get it to drill down to specific websites on what it considers are legitimate versus unlegitimate sources. But I wanted to list out a couple for you guys, just for fun. But some of our quality sources, we have Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, Reuters, The Economist, SEC.gov. Generally, it favors .gov websites quite a bit. So can I see a raise of hands who here always agrees with the government? Yeah, so there is reason to be concerned in how AI values information. And then on our unreliable sources, we have InfoWars, social media, 4chan, Reddit, Wall Street Bets, or conspiracies. Reddit's a fun one because it actually prioritizes some Reddit chains based on the qualifications of the individuals involved and deprioritizes other chains because they don't have proper user regulation or controls. Oh. Also, any clickbait-heavy website is automatically devalued, which probably for good reason, but just because something's clickbait doesn't mean it can't be true. Most of the time it's not, though. All right, now, moving on. One of the other concerns, though, is when we look at how AI processes information and responds, is it is designed to give the most average response. Right? It's going to take all of these discussions on what could be a complicated topic and narrow it down to the most average response, and sometimes it'll give you both sides of the argument, but it's always going to try to have an answer even when there's multiple answers and maybe we don't know which one to pick. The other thing is, going back to that .gov example, is it overemphasizes institutional narratives. So when we have things like peer-reviewed articles, those are heavily valued, which is good most of the time, but sometimes that stuff changes, and maybe AI is not keeping up with the change because it's still valuing those old articles that were in its training data set, which is where we get that exclusion of emerging information. Next up, we have the impact of AI on language. So when we talk about that aggregation towards the mean of how AI responds, that becomes a pretty serious issue because AI, and especially ChatGPT, is very popular in schools right now, everything from elementary to college to even seminaries. It's becoming hugely popular in seminaries, being used for research and even writing essays. It's a huge concern because we're all unique, right? Even among English speakers, we all have different backgrounds and dialects that we come from and different ways of talking, but when we use AI to not just do our work, but when we're using it in education, it's forming how we think, how we learn, the language we use, and therefore we're all being molded more towards that mean, just like in George Orwell's 1984. And the other thing is that it is biased towards what is called academic English. So when we look at how they're formatted, AI does not favor other languages. So there's a whole world of information out there and language that is just being excluded from AI and overemphasizing the dominant academic English culture. So we can see here, this is actually a graph from Stanford researchers where they looked at the impact of those secondary phases in forming the AI, that DPO and Ralph and that pre-training. And what they found is that in every step of that AI molding, we actually increase the bias towards academic English, making it more and more difficult for non-academic English speakers to use. One thing I do want to emphasize here, though, is that in those red areas, those people spoke English, but it still was biased against their understanding based on how it answered. So when we look back at this chart of how ChatGPT works, how it is formed, and we see each of those red intervention periods, every single one of those points of human intervention is also a point of human bias being introduced into the data set and excluding out people who are in the outlier sections, which every one of us to some degree is some kind of outlier because we're all unique in our own ways. As Jesus Film likes to put it, right, everybody's got their own heart language depending where you grew up, where you came from, and AI is moving everybody away from those unique attributes towards one aggregated mean. Now, just got done going through all the ethical concerns. That does not mean we shouldn't use AI, but we should be aware of the issues. One other issue I'd love to throw at you guys. Studies have estimated that every conversation with ChatGPT specifically uses about 500 milliliters of water. So that's a bottle of drinkable water that could be going to people who don't have access to drinkable water, but is instead being used to cool servers in OpenAI's Office Suite or wherever they house their servers, so we can have conversations. So the reason I point that out is that this is an amazing tool for us to use, but there is a cost, even if it's not always on us. Okay, now, moving into part 3. we're looking at prompt engineering. So this is just going into how do we talk to AI. And the reason we want to take a look at this is because ChatGPT is very good at sounding human, and we can make the mistake of thinking that it thinks like a human and will respond to us like a human. But it doesn't. ChatGPT thinks like a machine. So when you're talking to ChatGPT, you need to feed your specific points into it. Right? We want to be as specific as possible. So a great example of this in practice right now with the Ministry Finance team is we do our one sheets every month for management, and we make bullet points of each of the different subcomponents of that one sheet, but then we summarize it all in what's called the executive narrative. For that narrative, all we do is we take our bullet points, throw them in ChatGPT, and have it write the narrative for us. And how we do that is we say, summarize these bullet points in narrative format in 300 words or less. And you want to emphasize that narrative because if you just tell ChatGPT to summarize it, it just gives you back more bullet points, which isn't helpful. Oh, sorry, I missed something on this page. The other thing too is if we're having it do research for us, for example, you want to summarize the IRS rules on nonprofits giving gifts or receiving them. I have tape stuck to my foot. You don't want to just ask ChatGPT because most of the time what it's going to do is it's going to look up someone else who's already summarized it and used their summary. But if you use a specific URL reference and the title of the article, then it'll go to that page and actually like read the article and give you a summary based on what's in the article itself. Or what you can do, you just download it to a PDF yourself, upload the PDF and tell it to summarize what's in the PDF. So that way we're forcing ChatGPT to actually do the work versus just find someone else who's already done it. All right, next up, we need to break our prompts into their component parts. So one of the best uses for ChatGPT, we kind of already talked about it, is in learning. Specifically, if we're trying to develop our own code, even if you've never coded before, ChatGPT is an excellent tool for learning it for yourself. You just tell it what you want it to do, and it spits out a code, and we can test it out and learn to code for ourselves that way. However, it really struggles if you want it to do like a complex code altogether. More than likely, it's not going to work. But if you can break that ask into as small component parts as you can, and then feed each individual component into ChatGPT, it's very good about getting workable code to you. Now, once you get all of your component parts, start a new conversation with ChatGPT, put them back into it, and it'll combine those for you as well. And it'll do much better that way. Number 3, know what you want. And if you don't know what you want, ask ChatGPT. So great example of this. Just to test it out, I asked ChatGPT, what are the best methods for comparing or analyzing the correlation between spending and contributions in a nonprofit? And it gave me 6 different mechanisms for how to do that. And then so you can go through, read about those. And if it's still a little bit too much for you, we just use the magic words, explain this to me like a 5th grader. And it'll do a really good job of explaining it in plain English. And it includes an emoji, because for some reason, explain this like a 5th grader equals emoji at the end of every statement. Okay. All right, next up, test the responses. Right? ChatGPT has a habit, not just ChatGPT, but for this topic, ChatGPT has a habit of creating what are called hallucinations, where its predisposition is to always have an answer, even when it doesn't have one. So it's been documented where it will actually make things up. And sometimes you can ask for a source, and it'll give you links to sources that don't exist. So ask for sources, get the sources, check the sources, actually read the article, and make sure it says what ChatGPT is telling you. So it's a fantastic tool for aiding in research, but it should not do the research for you. You have to read the articles, or at the very least, if it's a scientific periodical, read the abstract and the conclusion. All right. Next up, it's really good for checking code. So if you're developing your own code, or even getting ChatGPT to spit it out for you, put it back into a new conversation and tell it to check my code. I've tested this out a couple times, and I've even had it give me a code, started a new conversation, and put ChatGPT's code back into it, and it caught its own errors. I've also had the fun experience, speaking of hallucinations, every now and then I just try to build a code from scratch, and I'll throw it into ChatGPT to check before I try to deploy it in like a Power BI report or something. And it usually catches my errors, and I make a lot of them. But every now and then I actually get one right. ChatGPT will still tell me it has corrected my code and give me back the same thing I put in. And if you call it out on it, it'll apologize. It won't stop doing it. All right. So the last piece I want to look at, and this is really tying back to those ethical concerns. And when we talk about like the AI bias, ChatGPT has what's called a bot mechanism now. So if you are an enterprise or plus or pro user, you can develop your own bot. So you can upload your own information. So tested this one out with the Staff Financial Policy Manual and our 2025 rate chart to ask about CRU's gift policies. And it does a pretty good job of summarizing it, because when you load the bot up like that, it'll actually read through those uploaded documents. You can also tell it how to behave. We can also tell it to not search the web. So if you want to have a really controlled bot that only looks at our internal documents, we can do that. And we can control access to this. So right now, I think this one, we have a shared US Finance Power BI space. So only people in the US Finance Power BI space have access to this. But you could theoretically share this with anybody, even if they're not a premium user of ChatGPT. They could be using the free version, but they can still ask your bot questions as long as you have given them permission. And they can't ask questions if you don't give them permission, because that's also important. But what this allows us to do is we can kind of tailor our own bots in ChatGPT to help overcome some of those predisposition towards bias. So that is my last slide. Do I have any questions? Joe. They released a policy pretty recently. The big thing is that you cannot have your data set to share. So there's a little option in the privacy section, I think the data sharing section of ChatGPT, where it says like, use my data to improve the model. Make sure that's turned off, because if that's turned on, they can do whatever they want with your data. But as long as that's turned off, then ChatGPT is not going to be storing your data. All right, so here is my final pitch for why you should care about ChatGPT, why you should use it, and if you're not using it, you should be using something. I first read this in one of the monthly newsletters from BNY Mellon, but they talked about how there's an increased and growing need for finance professionals and finance services, but there's no growth in finance job positions, and there's actually a decline in financial college graduates. Now, there's also what's called the college enrollment cliff, which is the result of the 2008 to 2011 financial crash, where birth rates took a significant drop in the US and many other countries. Now, those people are turning 18. They're starting college. Many colleges are anticipating significantly dropped enrollments, and some of them have already started to close because of the drop. Now, come 2030, 4 years from now, those people are going to start graduating college, which means that new entrants into the workforce are going to significantly be reduced. So what we have with this is we have both a market trend and an industry-specific trend in which financial work is growing, the need for us is growing, and there are fewer and fewer people to do it, which means we need mechanisms and tools to reduce the workload on ourselves and automate processes, and ChatGPT is one of the best tools to do that. It's going to help us learn to automate our own tasks and also automate some things for us. Now, best example of this, in one of the earliest adoptions of AI, is in the chess world, where they developed AI that could play chess, and it wasn't long before that could beat most grandmasters, if not all of them. And so the whole chess world was like, hey, what are people for if the bot's just going to beat us? Why are we still here? But they started following him, and something weird happened, because people started beating the bots. But the people beating the bots weren't human players alone. It was what they were calling hybrid players. These are people who were making decisions for themselves, but with the assistance of an AI recommending their options. So these hybrid players actually outperformed both the AI by itself and the normal human players. And what we've seen happen over the last 20 years is that there has been a huge growth in the number of chess grandmasters and a decline in the age and length of time it takes people to become expert chess players, and that's because AI has been helping them to learn, and it's been augmenting their play styles. So what we find is that in the long run, it is not the machine or the man that wins, but the hybrid person. So in other words, we are all becoming cyborgs. So that concludes my presentation. So we'll go into Q&A portion. So if anybody has any questions.
So are you saying that it's safe as long as we toggle, don't share this, it's safe for us to use a free version and upload whatever CRU intellectual property that we want in, or documents or financial information, and it's not going to share it with the greater data stream, but we could potentially share it amongst one another in order to produce things?
So I'm not actually sure you can turn that off if you're using the free version. So if you're going to be uploading data versus just asking questions or doing research, I would recommend only doing that if you have a license that you're paying for, and make sure that you have that toggled off. And I'll show you where that is real quick on here. So if you're using ChatGPT and you go to your settings, we've got our data controls, and there's this improve the model for everybody, which is a very nice way of saying, can we use your data for whatever we want? Make sure that that's turned off. Yeah, I don't recommend uploading anything to it that is IP if you're using a free version. I have not done a comparison. I will say Greg Riggs loves Gemini. Yep. Yeah, I think ChatGPT would be better than Copilot, but I'm guessing a little bit here, but I do believe that Copilot is more designed to assist in like the operating of your computer versus like doing online research. Yeah, I mean, most of what we've gone over here could be applied to any AI engine. We're using ChatGPT because, in my opinion, it has the lowest barrier of entry because it emphasizes that human-like communication. So for people who aren't predisposed to testing out AI or doing things like coding, ChatGPT probably has the lowest barrier to entry, but you could use any AI.